हेलो।
अब देख अब आएगी।
हाँ अब आ गई आवाज, अब आ गई आवाज। म्यूट करके बैठा हुआ हरदेव भाई।
अरे म्यूट क्या यार, अभी इसमें रोज नए नए पंगे होते हैं, कभी कुछ करना होता है कभी कुछ। तो
हाँ हाँ भाई, आदत नहीं ना, हम लोगों को आदत पड़ गई भाई। 3 महीने से क्लास ले रहे हैं।
तो भाई बिल्कुल वो है, अब क्या करेंगे।
चलो।
कहाँ कॉलेज में बैठा है? मेडिकल कॉलेज कौन सा, महात्मा गांधी?
नहीं नहीं,
हाँ।
एपेक्स अचरोल कैंपस।
अच्छा, अपने रोल कैंपस में
हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी।
एमबीबीएस वगैरह भी करवा रहे हो क्या?
वो पैरामेडिकल चला रहे हैं।
तो यार हमारे 2 बच्चे हैं, इनको ले जाए यार, तेरे साथी हैं।
अरे नहीं 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 नहीं, वो पैरामेडिकल है। बच्चों का काम वो वाला काम नहीं है, वो तो उनको बाहर ही कहीं ले जाए तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
ये कौन से है?
एक ये जियोमी कौन जुड़ रहा है?
हाँ?
जियोमी करके जुड़ा हुआ है, ये कौन है?
एक शिष्य ही है, उसको बोलता हूँ जरा।
हाँ इसको भी कनेक्ट कर। इस पे जब वो स्क्रीन पे क्लिक मारेगा ना तो उसका पता पड़ जाएगा किसका माइक ऑन है, वीडियो बंद है या चालू है।
यार
तो
ये
वो वहां से
क्या आ रहा है?
ये जो ब्लैक स्क्रीन है ना, ब्लैक स्क्रीन जिस पे उंगली लगाएगा ना।
एक मिनट रुकना यार राजेश भाई,
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
दोबारा ज्वाइन कर। ज्वाइन मीटिंग क्या है का लिए तुम्हें? 779 053 5172।
अरे सफेदी यारी, बाल तो काले कर लेता यार, तू भी बुढ़ा गया भाई हरदेव।
ऐसा क्यों कर रहा है ये तो?
अब ये कॉमन कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म पर बोल भी तो नहीं सकते तेरे को।
पकड़ कुछ नहीं है।
अब इसमें देख, एक पार्टिसिपेंट का ऑप्शन होगा, पार्टिसिपेंट का नीचे जब ब्लैक स्क्रीन पे क्लिक मारेगा ना तो पार्टिसिपेंट का ऑप्शन है।
हाँ
उसमें उससे तेरे को पता पड़ जाएगा कितने लोग जुड़े हुए, पार्टिसिपेंट लिखा हुआ है।
आगे, और वो नहीं दिख रहा यार अब कोई।
क्या नहीं दिख रहा बता? हाँ एक और जुड़ गया होस्ट के नाम से।
होस्ट, अच्छा तेरा होस्ट के नाम से आ रहा है ये।
हाँ होस्ट के नाम से जुड़ा हुआ है, लेकिन इसका माइक बंद है और वीडियो चालू लेकिन।
ठीक है, अभी मेरी आवाज क्या सही नहीं आ रही क्या?
हाँ बिल्कुल बढ़िया आ रही है आवाज, एकदम जोरदार आ रही है, फोटो बढ़िया आ रही है। होस्ट का वीडियो चालू हो गया, माइक बंद है।
आवाज सही नहीं आ रही,
हैं?
आवाज बिल्कुल सही नहीं आ रही
कौन कर रहा है?
यार। ये कह रहे हैं बच्चे के सही नहीं आ रही आवाज।
अरे तो वो तेरे पास में बैठे होंगे तो हमिंग करेगा, आवाज करेगा। दूर बैठ भाई।
यार तुम लोग यहाँ सर पे।
हाँ वो दूर बैठाना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो क्या होगा, वो माइक हमिंग करने लग जाएगा, हूं हूं कर।
मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि मैं अब जब प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ से करूंगा तो बिल्कुल परफेक्टली कनेक्ट हो जाएगा ना। अभी फिलीपींस से एक मैम जुड़ रही है, चलो अपन
अरे
और
बहुत बढ़िया।
धीरे धीरे। मैडम
चल
गुड
तो।
मॉर्निंग, गुड आफ्टरनून, हाउ आर यू?
Hi, sir.
हाय।
How are you? How's everyone?
Everyone is
गुड मॉर्निंग मैम।
thank you so much ma'am, thank you so much for being with us today again. Very happy to see your smiling face as usual and as always. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, ma'am, our presentations will start like in 1 hour, like 50 minutes. So please feel free. You remain joined, and meanwhile, if you have something, you can also do your things side by side.
I think I'm having problem with my audio, sir. I don't hear you well.
Okay. Am I audible, ma'am? Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, but at my side, sir, at my end, I don't hear you well.
Okay. क्यों भाई राजेश, आवाज सही नहीं आ रही?
Yeah, we got your voice very clearly. Ardev, Dr. Ardev, we are got you. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just have my
Ma'am,
headset.
we are also properly listen your voice. Properly listen your voice. No problem. Please be continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, good
So
morning.
Rajesh bhai,
Good
अभी अपन
afternoon,
क्या
actually.
करेंगे
Yeah.
presenter
Yeah,
से?
ma'am.
Yeah. Greetings of love from the Philippines.
Thank
How
you,
are all of you, sirs?
thank you.
Fine.
Because we schedule our testing connection at 11:50, so we are bit even connected previous to that time. It's 11:25 only so far. So the scheduled time begins around 50 minutes later. So the participants will be joining, I hope, in this 50 minutes duration. So what I was requesting, if you have something in hand, you can please carry on with your work as well, and you are already joined with us.
Yeah.
Sir Kumar is clearly coming in, but Sir Dr. Hardev, I don't really hear him.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Dr. Kumar, I hear him right.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Ardev, please use your headphone. Otherwise, you can use your
Okay.
mic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that your voice is so come to very clear.
Moment.
Dr. Ardev, you can use your headphone so that we clearly listen your voice.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so, sir.
Yeah, actually, ma'am, last 3 months we are taking the online classes for our student. So we are very habitual for that platform, Zoom platform, Microsoft Team, and Google Meet. So we are connected with our student very regularly. We are also taking the online examination, online study material, and we also taking the assignment from the that platform. So that's why we are very friendly for that platform.
आप मैं
I
लगाऊंगा.
think you are not regularly use this one. We daily use this
Yeah.
one for a teaching, and in the daytime we are can take the 5 to 6 classes per day. So
Nice. Yes, sir. Right now, sir, we are actually on the implementation of. Can I proceed, Dr. Hardev?
Ma'am, just a moment. Please allow me a moment.
I really don't hear him.
just wait. He is taking the instrument. Then voice is coming very clear.
Thank you.
Yeah. What
Are you
about the
having now
corona situation at
regular?
your place, ma'am?
Are you having now your regular classes in India, sir?
Yeah, in India, my student in the India, they are situated in different places, state level. So that's why we are taking the classes because they all are at your home. They are not come to our college. So our college will be provide the platform taking the classes in different stream or different years. Yeah, Dr. Hardev, now you speak,
Yes.
please.
Yes,
I
I
suppose
suppose
I
we
have.
have.
Yes, sir. We hear
Yeah,
you
very,
now.
very
Okay.
Okay,
clear. Yeah,
thank you,
very clear.
thank you so much.
So,
So, uh, so I'm audible right now.
Dr. Hardev, your speaker is mute now in mute condition. So first you can
No,
on
no,
your
no.
speaker.
My,
Yeah.
my speaker is on. Actually, I'm using different connection
Okay.
to use my headphone. So, okay. I suppose it's fine. Am I audible right now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, now we want to give one more test. Diksha Pamar. Okay. So, yeah, people are getting connected right now. We are 8 people connected. And okay, so the recording is already on. Okay, I just also want to give one more try how I start my presentation. Okay.
First you permit these two people, Diksha Pamar and Dr. Satnarayan.
Already did that. Now Vishal Paul is there. Okay, I have
Okay.
admitted to that one.
Okay. Vishal Paul is also coming.
Did that?
Yeah. So doctor, we now we off our video so that you can comfort for the
No,
your.
no. It's okay because our scheduled presentation begins at 12:20. So we have this is the only introduction session, and so it's better that we all use our cameras. So
Yeah. Okay. Okay. No problem.
okay, just I want to give a try that I'm going to present one of my PPT. Will it work? Let's see. Are you able to see my presentation on your screen?
Yes. Yes. Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
Yes,
This is
sir.
very clear.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So I stop share here. Perfect. So okay, one more participant is there. Riddhi, we have allowed her. So okay. So, ma'am, can you please tell us where we can, start this chat? If somebody is okay, chat option is here. I have enabled this one. Please type your questions. We will
This is Rajesh from India.
okay. My presentation here will try to take questions also. Just type your questions here. Questions. Okay, perfect. So, ma'am, how the things are going on in Philippines? How is the
Yeah.
corona situation? I hope it's
Yes,
fine.
sir. It had actually affected us a lot as some of
Oh,
our personal friends
oh my
have
God.
been, yeah. As I had messaged you last time, we are really, yeah. So
Ma'am,
uh,
it's really I would say same sort of situation here in India, or even maybe worse, because every day we have now the rate of infection is 100,000 people are coming positive every single day. So this is happening for last 5 to 10 days duration. So yesterday's data show that 500,000 people got infected in merely 5 days duration. So it's really very, very. The good thing again is that the mortality rate is very.
yeah,
Not very bad here. So, but still, more than Rajesh, how many people died so far? I think 80,000 people, right?
Yeah. 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 In India. Yeah.
In India, it's really the figure is very shocking. It's only second after United States, I suppose, in the name of the total people got infected. And
Yeah. Somebody want to speak with you. Somebody want to speak with you,
yes,
please. Yeah.
Mr. Vishal, welcome you all. We can see some of new guests who have just joined us. Miss Diksha Pamar is there. Hi Diksha, how are you? Hi Vishal, how are you? Can you hear us? Vishal,
Excuse
can
me.
you hear us?
Excuse me, Doctor Hardev.
Yes,
Yeah.
Doctor.
Diksha Pawar and Vishal are the mute the phone. First you
No
instruct that.
issues, no issues.
Uh,
Actually, I have,
first.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The first instruct that they unmute their phone so that they are talking with you.
Okay, I have also asked Diksha Pawar, Vishal Paul to unmute.
You can just instruct that they use the unmute the phone, then they talk with you very comfortably.
Yeah. Actually, we have enabled this. You know, we had this test meeting yesterday. So all the guests who are supposed to present today, so a couple of guests who would be speaking in today's conference, actually they suggested that the biggest problem they face during the online conference is most of the people keep on their mics. So it may create, you know, sometimes problem that, you know, if somebody is presenting and other people's mics are on, then it may sometimes be problematic, you know, that it creates disturbance in the voice. So, but I suppose we have this paid subscription of Zoom application, and it comes with more added features. So the participant can directly mute themselves, they can unmute themselves as well. They can use the sharing option as well. When somebody is presenting, they can directly use the sharing facility from the application. Dr. Ram Gopal Sharma, sir, good morning. How are you, sir? Dr.
पोस्ट क्या करूं?
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
And sir,
क्लास चालू है। सुनो, उसमें वो ऊपर डीएम फॉर्मेट वहां से उठा लो, नेट से डीएम फॉर्मेट कर दो। डीप फॉर्मेट का ऑप्शन जो होता है ना, वो सॉफ्टवेयर ले लो और डीएम फॉर्मेट, और उस पे जाके दोस्त पे जाके कर दो। अलोकेट कर देगा, सब सेक्टर को अलोकेट कर देगा। बायोस में, हार्ड डिस्क में दूसरे सिस्टम लगा, दूसरे सिस्टम में लगा के दोस्त पे जाके करना पड़ेगा।
Still, I'm not sure if Diksha or Mr. Vishal, if they can hear us or not. I can just see Ms. Ishpreet Kaur has just joined. Hi, Ishpreet Kaur, how are you? Good morning. Can you hear us?
आयो तो कौन है? आज आवाज आवत है तो
apa sebenarnya chip time aja itu button gone karena first chip time aja
कई बार ज्वाइन करे जंतु हैबिचुअल हुए
तो घणो को सार्थक कोनी होए
सार्थक कोने फॉर्मेलिटी
टाइप है जिस दिन आपने राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणी बैठक की
हाँ
राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणी में तो 100 लोग अपेक्षित है 100 ही जुड़े इनमें तो
Dr. Hardev. Hi, sir.
I'm trying to, fix something. Just give me, allow me a couple of minutes time. Ma'am, good morning. Sonu ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you, Hardev. Can you hear me? Hardev, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Hardev?
Ma'am, a moment. I suppose there is some. I'm just fixing my mic and audio. Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Hmm. Yes, ma'am. Please tell me.
Hello.
No, morning. Fine. And hope you hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you very well, ma'am. We have 12 participants already connected with us, and I hope the remaining would be joining shortly.
Yes. Because still that connection timing is going on.
Yeah, ma'am. Just testing it. All right. Good morning, ma'am. Shamta ma'am is there with us already. Can you hear us, ma'am?
Hello.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Morning, good morning. Fine, fine. So all set. How many candidates will be today?
At the moment, 15 people, 15 participants are connected, and the more would be joining shortly. So we are expecting 35 to 40 participants would be.
Nice. If the number is 30 to 35 or 40,
Yeah.
that will be best because only then only they'll be listening.
No, ma'am, we have 100, we can use up to 100.
Yeah,
At
yes,
this
that is true.
moment.
But the only thing is
Yeah,
that
but the maximum
only,
number, yeah, creates the
ah,
connection and sort of issues.
Hi Shamta, how are you?
good
Good
morning.
morning.
Yes, fine. All
All
set.
set? Same thing we asked each other.
Hope so.
I hope I did everything that you required yesterday.
I don't know because at the 10 today I looked up and I have seen it. That's all.
That's nothing new for you, Shamta. You have always done a great job for us.
I don't know what I'll be doing, but I have what. Acha, just tell me this particular lady, or he's a gent or a lady. Rava Abu Lavi.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She is ladies man. She is a
Okay.
professor from Nebulous City. Yeah.
Nebulous. Yes. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Fine.
Okay, let me show you this brochure. Where is it? Uh, can you see the
Yes.
brochure,
Yes.
ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see.
Mr. Piyush Narayan Sharma would be today's keynote
Speaker.
speaker.
Yes.
Then Garima ma'am would be there. Sorry, it's
Then
different.
you have second
No, no,
is
no. Moment.
Ravar.
Yeah, just I opened the wrong file. I see.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Okay.
So the keynote speaker shall be given 35 minutes and the rest will be for 20 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, here it can be seen, ma'am. Professor Rava Abulavi will be there, and Professor Nicola Slavic is there.
Okay. Fine, fine, fine. I have to concentrate on the keynote speaker and the first plenary speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, Mihir had some training class today. So, because only this morning he informed me that once again they have enforced this provision 144, I suppose, something. So they have very limited rights during these times, and it's very difficult for them to go out from their house, or if they are already in the office, it becomes very difficult for them to get back home as well. So, but he said he will try his best that he will be connected with us as soon as possible.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Thank you. Ma'am, yes.
Shanta, we have two more speakers added to our invited talk list. Dr. Ram Gopal Sharma and Sanjay Shiva.
But they'll be speaking after it,
Yeah,
after Garima
they
ma'am.
will speak afterwards, but they are added to that list of invited talk. Though they are not mentioned in that brochure, but they are there.
They are there. We'll be starting at 12:20.
20, yes, ma'am. We'll be
Okay.
starting at 12:20.
Fine, fine, fine.
Sonu ma'am, Kshitiz Pratap is already there with us, and Diksha Pawar, she is connected. Nikita, can we confirm if they are able to hear us? Because I was trying to call them, but I didn't hear the response.
Sir, this is Vishal Kaur. Yes, I am able to hear you, sir.
Okay, okay, Vishal, thank you so much.
I hope it can check their audio. Diksha.
Yes, Diksha, we didn't hear from her. Disha and Vishal.
Okay, Varsha is saying that she's able to hear everyone.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, ma'am, I am able to hear you.
Okay, thank you, Diksha. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
What about Nikita? Nikita, are you here?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay,
I am able
Nikita,
to
she
hear.
has already confirmed. Yes. Okay, thank you, Nikita.
And Kshitij, what about you? Vishal, please switch off your audio.
Hi, sir. Good morning. How are you, sir?
It's all fine. I hope you all are fine as well. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
Okay, fine.
It's perfectly fine, sir. We have almost 20 participants already connected with us, and we are all set to start at the scheduled time, sir.
That's good. That's good.
Hi, ma'am. Sonu ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, Hardev, I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. I think Garima ma'am has already joined us. She is.
Yeah, and even our keynote speaker.
Yeah.
I can see him. Welcome, Piyush ji. And hello, Garima, can you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, she can hear.
Okay. One guest has joined us with Techno Camon. May I know exactly who? Because we are not able to see. And another guest is connected with us with 72A45. Can you guys please on the cameras or okay. Hi, Professor Nicola. How are you? Good morning. Can you hear us, sir? Good morning, sir. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi.
Hi, how are you, sir? Thank you so
It's
much
nice.
for.
You know, too much students, too much low groups because of this, you know, health situation. But it's,
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
yeah.
How are you? Where are you now? For
We are
at the
in
time?
India, sir. Right now, we are in India right now, and really, we are passing through this unprecedented, short of turbulent time, I would say. You know, the COVID.
Everything is okay, yeah.
Yeah, everything is okay. I hope you are fit and fine and healthy, and all your family and your circle.
Yeah, for now it's very good, and we hope it will be the same. And I hope we will see each other in a live very soon.
Yeah, very soon, sir. Very soon. We again we have no schedule in London. I hope on 27th and 28th of December we'll be able to make this event again in London.
Yeah. I hope so, because we would like to come if the circumstances will be okay. We will come for sure.
Yeah, that's good, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. And once again, thank you so much for connecting with us today, sir. It's really very pleasure and.
Just a question. I don't see in my screen any button for sharing screen. It will be
Okay.
shown.
Can you see share screen when you take the cursor on these boxes?
Yeah, I see. But this is the hidden toolbar. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's hidden for yeah. I know. Share screen. Okay. I will prepare for at the time. It's okay.
Oh, okay. You can give it a try if you want right now.
So maybe for like now. Yeah, it's okay. Huh?
Yeah.
So,
Can you please? Yeah. It's okay. It's a testing time only, so we'll be starting in the next couple of minutes. So meanwhile, you can give it a try.
Yeah. It's okay. Okay. For example, I would like to share this kind of. Yeah, it's okay. Huh?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Yes, perfect, sir. We can see it very well.
This is not started. This is just you know
Okay.
in this mode for editing. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So you can now close the sharing, sir. So
Okay.
it will close.
Just to yes, my your sharing screen is paused. Stop share. Okay.
Okay.
It's
So
okay.
it's simple, sir.
Super.
Thank you.
And I saw the other family name Sharma. Is this the cousins of yours?
Yes, it's my family name as well, and we have a couple of more Sharma. Dr. R.G. Sharma, professor from one of the college from Bikaner, is also there with us in the invited talk, and we have a couple of more.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah. I know.
Hi.
Super.
Okay, so I can also see Mr. Sanjay Shiva is already connected with us. Hi, sir. Good morning. How are you? Maybe your mic is off, sir. Can you please unmute? Yeah.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, okay now.
Hi. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. So how about you?
Good, sir. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
So,
nice meeting you.
nice meeting you, sir. So, ma'am, I suppose 5 out of 6 of our invited guests are already with us. I hope Professor Rava would also be with us shortly. So,
So as per schedule, can we start?
yeah, sure, ma'am.
Hello,
Good morning,
Shapta.
everyone. Hello.
Hello, Shapta. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Today, on behalf of ERS, I welcome you all on this platform of embracing change, innovations, and challenges. It's a beautiful concept that anything, everything is always in a change. We all face changes every day, whether it's a simple change in the weather, in our working, or expected change of season. Everything is constantly shifting, changing, and becoming something other to what it was before. A beautiful concept because in this COVID scenario, what we thought and what's happening is also making our mind shift. We have to see how best we can utilize this particular moment and come up with something which is dynamic, which is relevant, which is persistent in our life and brings a change, but for the betterment of this world. We have today a series of, you can say, vibrant, thought-provoking people who will be speaking to us. Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma ji, Rava Abulavi, Garima Sehgal, Nicola Sentovic, I think so, Ram Gopal Sharma ji, Sanjay Shiva. So we have these speakers who will be paving the platform for us to imagine, to think about what difference has made this change in this COVID scenario, what changes have been made in our life, what can be perceived further also. And it's a multidisciplinary and where you can see different diversions, different areas will be covered, and it will be, you can see a feast to the ears for everyone. In this particular, when we proceed, a formal welcome is a due. And I'll request Dr. Hardev Sharma, who is also the secretary and event coordinator of this whole show, the person behind this concept, behind this show. I request Hardev Sharma sir to welcome our guests and our participants.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, I would like to make a slight correction. The credit for today's event straight goes to Sonu ma'am actually. So it's all her great efforts that we are all connected today. So,
I'll interrupt in between and say, Sonu ma'am, you have taken the ball in your court, and I think the ball will start rolling in a beautiful manner and everybody will be so delighted at the end of the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so very good morning, good afternoon. I suppose we have guests and delegates connected with us across the globe. We have some of our members from Philippines, Professor Nicola from Serbia, Professor Rava should be, I suppose he's already joined. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Managing Committee of the Society for Academic Research, IAARHIES, to this opening session of the IAARHIES International Conference on Embracing Change, Innovations and Challenges, ICECIC 2020. Because as we are all aware that due to the current situations, it has really become very difficult that we cannot make all these events in physical presence of all of the delegates. So while considering and taking care of each of the associated stakeholders, we have adopted this new normal, and we are doing all these events online. For many years, actually, since 2014, IAARHIES has been organizing its conferences around the globe, and all these events are on various academic and contemporary themes, and we have successfully been able to provide this exquisite platform to the researchers from across the globe, where they have imparted their fresh researches pertaining to their respective subject of expertise and areas. And uh, uh, but because as we are aware that due to these current situations, so we have adopted this new normal. So I'll take a short while to elaborate on the organization, how we have been doing all these conferences for last 4-5 years since our establishment. So PPT has been prepared, and I hope you all are able to see. Okay, so I'll take a little moment to speak about the organization. IAARHIES, as it stands for the International Academic Association of Researchers in Humanities, IT, Engineering, and Science. The parental organization is the Society for Academic Research. So basically, IAARHIES is the brand name of the Society for Academic Research. So in the following PPTs, I'll introduce about the organization. Here is an outreach of the organization from 2015 to 20. IAARHIES has got its head office in Jaipur, and at the moment 24 people are associated in various categories in the organization. I'm also very proud to inform that currently approx 1,000 distinguished people have been associated with the organization as the peer review members. The organization is also successfully running 6 international journals, which have very recently been indexed, and I'll also show in my further slides that how the IAARHIES journals have been indexed and where do they stand. We are also planning to introduce 3 more journals pertaining to law and agriculture, and 1 more distinguished field. So these journals will also be live. If I speak about the progress of the organization since its establishment in 2015, we have so far successfully conducted 170 plus international conferences. Our conferences had been scheduled and organized in Europe, including the countries in France, Paris in France. Then we had a couple of events in Germany as well. Amsterdam, Netherlands, we had done, I suppose, 5 to 6 conferences in the past 4-5 years. We are very frequent in our conferences in USA. We have 3 main cities in United States where we schedule and organize our events at regular intervals, including the cities of New York. Then we had a couple of events in Washington, DC as well. Las Vegas is another city where we had 5 plus international conferences done so far. We have also done our events in England, including London in UK. In Australia also we have our events in Sydney and Melbourne. In Russia, in Canada, Singapore, Malaysia, UAE, Thailand, China. These are some of the countries where we have successfully concluded our past events. If you speak about the country in India, we also had collaboration with different government colleges and universities here running under the local state governments. We had a collaboration with government of Punjab. We had done a conference in Government Mahindra College in Patiala a couple of years ago. We had done a conference in Binani Girls College as well in Bikaner. Apart from that, we had done a conference in Government Science College in Sikar as well. If I speak about the organization, it's basically a non-profit form of association and researchers pertaining to the fields of humanities, information technology, business and economics, IT and computer science, and education and management are associated with the organization. Basically, while establishing the organization, the main motive of the managing committee was to provide such a platform to the researchers from where they can impart their fresh researches to the growing sector of education. Mr. Sandeep Kumar is associated with us as a chairman. Dr. Satyanarayan currently serving in Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute, New Delhi. He is associated with us as a member of the organization. Dr. Saraswat is there with us, and I'm taking care as a secretary of the organization. Very recently, we have given an update to our website, and we have all these information live on our website. This is our newly constructed International Advisory Committee. Most of the members are also connected with us today during today's conference. We have our distinguished keynote speakers as well. Professor Bruce Bidgood, he is from Canada. He is also associated with us as a keynote speaker. Dr. Gary Blair from UK, he is associated with us as a keynote speaker. Dr. Crescencia Canubas from Philippines, he is also associated with us as a keynote speaker. Apart from that, as I informed in my opening slide, that we are a proud group of approximate 1,000 delegates associated with us in our peer review committee. Some of these people whose details are already given on our website. The details of these guests can be taken from our website as well. Now, since the establishment of the organization, if I speak about the achievements of the organization, we initiated all our research activities from the year of 2015, where we could schedule 4 international conferences. We received 17 research papers. In the subsequent year, we could do 24 international events. We received approximately 70 research papers. Then again in 17 we had 29 international conferences. Basically the number which has been given, it shows the total number of the full manuscripts only. Apart from that, we had several proposals during these years of the researches which were ongoing. Apart from that, we had received some of the abstract only, where the delegates did not want to go with their full manuscript. The first year, which was very meaningful to the organization, was 2018, where we had 26 international conferences and we could receive 627 full research manuscripts. So basically, this was the year where we had a couple of collaborations with some of the government colleges here in India and with some of the governments outside the country as well. Last year, we could schedule 26 international conferences, and we had received more than 1,000 research papers during these 26 international conferences. In the current year, actually, because our regular schedule of the international conference is remains converted to online and virtual only. Last physical conference we had was in the month of February, where on 18th and 19th of February we had a conference in Vancouver in Canada. Because as we are passing through this turbulent time of COVID, the Society for Academic Research also is taking care of the certain criteria and guidelines established by various governments and agencies, that we take care of each of these guidelines, which have been including maintaining the social distancing norms, or actually due to these current situations. But even during this pandemic situation is that we did not cancel any of our event. We continued our schedule, though only converted the mode of conference into virtual only. These are some of the glimpses. I'm very happy to share these glimpses of past of some of our events held in past. Very recently, we had a conference with the government of Department of Education, Government of Philippines. Dr. Crescencia is already connected with us. So we had very distinguished research and researchers associated with us from those countries. These are some of the glimpses of our events which took place before February 2020. We had a conference in Mumbai, then again in New Delhi, again in London in December last year. Then we had a conference in Toronto, Canada, in New Delhi, New York, United States. We had, as I informed, we have very frequent schedule in United States. It's only that in past 6 months we couldn't schedule any of our event in New York because it had been a very big epicenter of this COVID situation. So this is the progress of last 5 years. This one is one of our conference which took place in Government Science College, Sikar. We had approximately 500 delegates associated with us during that grand conference. We had a conference in GMC, Government Mahindra College, Patiala as well. So these are some of the glimpses of our past events which took place from 2015 to 2020 February. The schedule of the upcoming event is also live on our website. You can find these details from our website as well, www.iaarhies.org, IAARHIES.org. We have frequent updates in the details of the events, and all the events which we are scheduling are published here on Priority. And all our media partners take the references of these upcoming events from our official website. So we have at the moment, I suppose we have issued the schedule of the events up to the month of February 2021. As I informed that the organization is also offering the publication opportunities because the delegates who chooses our platform to present their valuable research. So in conditions where we receive the full manuscripts of these researches, are ultimately shared with the review committee of these subject-based journals. So based on the comments of the review committee of the respective journal, we publish these research papers. And as I informed that very recently our journals were indexed as well. So I'm very glad to inform that one of our journal of innovative research in social science and humanities was indexed by SJIF factor project, and it was indexed with the impact factor of 5.541. Similarly, rest of our journals are also under the process of indexing, and I hope we'll be able to receive their indexing very soon as well. Here are the details of the 6 international journals which we are running at the moment. We have a journal on innovative research in education and management. Then we have a journal on social science and humanities, a journal on business and economics as well. Another one is on IT and computer science. Then we have a journal on engineering and technology, and another one is on clinical and medical sciences. So all these 6 journals are continuously published at the scheduled time. Apart from the publication of the manuscript in the journal, whatever proposals we receive for a particular conference are also published into the dedicated conference proceedings, which are also ISBN. These are some of the past conference proceedings which we have already published. The copy of these books can also be downloaded from our website as well. Like the first of the proceeding belongs to one of our conference which held in London, UK. Then again another conference proceeding is of one of our conference which took place in Binani Girls College, Bikaner. So all these proceedings can be downloaded or can be viewed from our website as well. Collaboration. As I informed, the Society for Academic Research in the past recent years, we have done our collaboration and collaborated events with Government RR College in Alwar, then Binani Girls College, Bikaner, in Government Mahindra College, Patiala, Punjab as well, and Department of Education, Government of Philippines. So we were also in the process of collaboration with a couple of colleges from New York, from London, UK as well, but due to these current situations, we couldn't make any of the physical events, but I hope in the coming soon time, once the travel situations are normal, we'll be able to continue our collaboration with the external organization and governments. This is our contact details. All of you are already connected with us through the emails as well. Here is the email address. As I informed, the head office of the organization is located in Jaipur. But because most of the delegates or the participants connect with us through the email, therefore the preferred method of communication is email and WhatsApp as well. Thank you once again for your valuable attention, and I extend my gratitude on behalf of the managing committee that you all spare time for today's event. And especially I want to express my gratitude on behalf of the managing committee to our invited guests, including Sri Piyush Narayan Sharmaji, who is Chief Controller of Mines from Nagpur. We have with us Professor Rava Abulavi. Then we have Garima ma'am already connected with us. Professor Nicola is already there with us. And my special thanks to Shamta ma'am as well for taking care of the event today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We really hope that this open forum shares with us in an interdisciplinary gathering fresher insights for their personal growth as well as to enrich ourselves. Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very, you can say, delightful presentation about your academic research society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll be proceeding to know about the event and the lady with the magnetic power, the person who is behind this show, the person who is the source of inspiration to many. Very energetic and very enterprising, Dr. Sonu Shiva. I'll call upon her to tell us, the participants and the keynote speakers and everyone, about the event. Sonu Shiva, ma'am.
Thank you, Shamta, for speaking such good words for me. First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Shri Piyush Sharmaji, and our esteemed invited speakers, Rava Abulavi, Garima Sehgal, Nicola Slavokovic, I hope I'm pronouncing correct, Ramgopal Sharmaji, Sanjay Shiva, Shamta, you especially, who has always been a big support to us in all our endeavors, research scholars, students, and our guests over here. Let me share my screen first. Okay. Is my screen visible now? Is it visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
No, the screen is not visible.
No.
Okay. Now?
No.
Well, it's possible. I'm pressing this share.
Ma'am, when you...
Just a minute. Why is this hassle today?
Ma'am, when you click on share screen, then another pop-up window appears. So here you need to select the PPT which is already open in your PC, and then I suppose click on the share now.
Okay. But it's not there. Just a minute.
So just see on the top left, Sonu, top left corner, you will see a message saying play from start. Can you see that? After you did share screen, on the top left, you will see play from start.
No. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're visible now, yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Finally. So First of all, I would like to thank Hardev and Team IAARHIES for giving me this opportunity to decide this theme of the conference. When I was given this task, I was thinking upon so many topics which I could select as a theme. And then I chanced upon to my working, like my experience as a professor all through these years. And then I was thinking about how I'm going to college every day, taking my classes. Yes, in trying to introduce some innovative techniques here and there in my class, and being a strong supporter of learner-centered approaches and classroom interactions, where teacher reaches students and has a lot of interactions with the students. And all this was going on very smooth. And somewhere I felt that this is going to just go on like this for the rest of my career. And then comes the COVID situation. Being in a government sector, I was not given this much of facility where I could go for my online classes. And government asked me to record my lectures, upload on YouTube, share with my students in WhatsApp groups. And this was a real hassle for me because the example you already have seen that I was not able to share my screen properly right in the first go. Yes, it was really difficult to teach camera where I don't have students in front of you. All my learner-centered approaches and all my classroom interactions were put aside, and I was grappling with this change and with this new things. And this really made me think that if this is happening in my profession and it is happening with me, maybe such similar situations must be cropping, or different situations of change must be cropping up in other professions and other areas of study also. Then I chanced upon this picture, which is there on the screen in front of you. This reminds me of Alexander Pope's poem, Essay on Criticism, where he writes, "Where Alps on Alps and mountains, mountains rise." And in that poem, he has perhaps said in the context of knowledge and success or achievements, but here it reflected me the condition of challenges and changes, of course. Once you overcome a change and you overcome all those challenges and you feel that your life is sorted and everything is going as smooth as a highway, and suddenly you see that life draws one more challenge, one more change in front of you. And then you find yourself grappling with these new things right in front. And then the struggle again begins. So this all made me think that let's have a shared platform for academicians, professionals, and intellectuals from all the domains, and let's have one platform where we can share what new is happening, what changes are coming, how these challenges, which every new thing brings with it, how these can be dealt with and how they are dealing personally with that. So that's why I chose this theme line, embracing change, innovations, and challenges. Now, this line by Heraclitus, who is an ancient Greek philosopher, the only thing that is constant is change, appears very interesting. And it shows that change has to happen, and it is going to be there, whether you're prepared for it, you are not prepared for it, you resist it, or you assimilate with it. It is there to remain. So that I put as the heading line for this slide of mine. The first point that I took is that stagnancy is comfort and boredom. And I know that the statement is quite a paradox in itself, because stagnancy is always stagnancy always attracts people, because in name of comfort, in name of consistency, in name of tradition, that this is the only way of doing things, people prefer stagnancy. But with this comes boredom. And whenever we meet new people, the first thing that we ask is, what is new? That means somewhere at one place where we don't want to come out of our comfort zones, on the other side, we are the ones who are expecting change, and we are the people who want something new. So this is something which is related, very closely related with change. Then change is all around us. And especially I've put these three things in bracket, that is economic, political, and personal. So these are not the only reasons of the change. We know that there are multiple and thousands of reasons why a change comes. We have seen histories of exodus, and we have seen so many happenings in the past which brought a huge change in humanity and life around us. But let's talk about this 20th and 21st century, where we see a lot of immigration, and the purpose of immigration can again be multiple. We have seen immigration as laborers. We have seen immigration for greener pastures, for academics, for careers, and all and everywhere. And this mass population, which is going here and there in the globe, they are facing new challenges when they find themselves in a multicultural society, when they find themselves somewhere preserving their ethnicity. And we also find people dealing with their hybrid identities and homelessness and question about self, who am I, and where do I belong to? So these are all very contemporary questions that globe is dealing, where people are experiencing it on personal level, on cultural level, and on social level. And in the world where we have the terms like interdisciplinariness, and we have terms like intertextualities, and we have terms like interdependentness, and we also have the terms like internet, though that's a different term. We have these terms, and we feel that yes, very soon, before we know that, political or anything economic decision that happens on the global level or on the national level, it interferes in our personal life. And sometimes a small incident in a person's personal life becomes a talk of the globe just because of this social networking and how the world has become one. So all this social networking and the mutually influencing each other, all these things are somewhere a reason for the change around us. Then we can look at the other points together, where we see that if there's a change, it makes us better professionals. It is for improvement and development. It allows experimentation, embraces new ideologies and techniques, generates numerous ideas and growth. So all these points, if we looked at them in a very positive and linear manner, they are just like one way of looking at it. If we just talk about change in this matter, because what happens is that these all 5 points are quite debatable and contestable because they have multiple dimensions. One has multiple dimensions into looking at all these 5 things that does, and they are all questionable, that does change really make us better professionals, and is change for improvement and development, and does it really allow experimentation, and so on and so forth. Creativity versus vis-a-vis innovation. I purposely took these 2 terms because sometimes, or most of the times, these 2 terms are confused with each other as synonyms. People think that creativity is innovation, perhaps. When you look at creativity, it is about unleashing the potential of the mind to conceive new ideas. Those concepts could manifest themselves in any number of ways, and we see that creativity is subjective. So when we have new ideas and in the mind itself, creativity is a very subjective sort of a thing, whereas when we look at innovation, it is introducing change into relatively stable systems. So when this creativity is used to make an idea viable, then we can say an innovation has happened. So one knows that innovation is a applied creativity. And when we talk about this creativity and innovation, I really feel like sharing someone from history whom we all know, and that is Tughlaq. Tughlaq, as we all know, is the wisest fool, is considered as wisest fool. And why this oxymoron, or you can say why this opposite things are attached to his name, there's a reason behind. Because somewhere people say that he was ahead of his times. And sometimes people say that he was a visionary, but he was not able to execute his creativity, his vision, his change, his idea for change into a proper manner. We know that he did introduce copper coins, and he thought that people are going to value copper coins same as that of gold coins or silver coins. But then what happened was that soon he found that his treasury was all full of copper coins and people did not have faith in him. So any creativity, any innovation requires faith of people who are following that. And if any innovation, if a person who introduces that, who does not look ahead of the challenges and how a particular idea will be implemented, then I won't say that this idea is going to go to the drains and it will be a failure, but I'll say that that makes Tughlaq contemporary. Breaking the barriers. Any innovation has obstacles. And here I've given a list of the obstacles which usually we face. Deadlines, especially in education, when we go into the trainings of teachers, they say that we can apply all these new methods to our teaching, but ma'am, we need to cover our syllabus. And such deadlines and the way we are comfortable in our particular working style, that makes us give an excuse that we do not have time for innovation because we don't have time for it. Then methodology. People are comfortable in their working styles, in their past working style. So any change in methodology creates a barrier in innovation. Processing, as I've already talked about Tughlaq, that how the execution part, to make it popular among people and have people's faith in it, that was an issue with him. So again, processing is one more obstacle in this innovation. Fear of change. People fear change. They don't want to change. They think as if change is going to bring something, something which is unprecedented, something which they haven't seen, and what will be the consequences. All these things, they bring fear in minds of people. It empowers few. It creates a hegemonic structure. People who know the innovation, about innovation, and people who don't know. And then strange power structures are created within organization and within any institution. Then lack of resources, as it has happened with me. I said that being a government sector, we don't have all the resources. People want us to work in a very, in a tax-savvy manner, but we don't have those resources and we don't have that ample education that is necessitated to support it. Then there are biases and beliefs. People have their own biases, their individual biases that clash with it and their own beliefs on that. There are communication barriers. Not everybody is able to communicate the changes. There are chances of misunderstanding, misinterpreting the change. Then there are social and professional conditionings. Where do you find that people are biased and people are conditioned in such a manner that they don't accept the change? Sub-themes. So looking into all these things about the barriers, about the benefits, about the challenges of any change, we decided upon sub-themes of this conference, which includes so many things. But this is just a showcase of a few streams. We expect presentations from communities, talking about communities, local, global, science and technology, education, engineering, management, medicine, industry and commerce, humanity, personal, professional, and films. I've purposely put this word films over there because we know that films, they represent society and they mutually influence society gets influenced by films, and films get influenced by society. And a lot of issues that are pushed undercover in society, films bring them on the forefront. I think I should stop talking now, and it's time to start our other sessions. As all of you, I'm also waiting to listen to our keynote speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us a detailed view about what the concept of this conference is and how we can touch upon different areas through our speakers and the participants who have taken keen part in this particular thing. Thank you, ma'am. Now, our keynote speaker, we'll be starting our main session, and I, on behalf of IAARHIES and the managing committee, I now invite our keynote speaker, Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma ji, who believes it's positive thoughts that sustain your ambition, and you have to cross the ocean, the stars, cross the lines to make your thoughts practical. A very grounded person, born and brought up in Bikaner, Rajasthan, who graduated in mining engineering from MBM Engineering College, Jodhpur. He started his professional career from a very small place as an assistant manager, mines, pirates. And later on, because of his dedication, because of his futuristic approach, he became the part of the core team responsible for transition from the manual operation to mechanized mining, thereby boosting the productivity. He has he has worked on many platforms and always taken the charge as to be the head, the senior assistant controller of mines in 2009, regional controller of mines Hyderabad in May 2011, and he was also the regional controller at North Zone office at Ajmer. So he has played an important role to transform the office into a modern smart office with corporate look and facilities garnering active support from the teams of different mining areas. In this, before he could perceive this COVID scenario, he shifted his views. He was so futuristic that he developed a complete set of online templates for online processing of mining plan to start with, which was adopted as the base of the mining tenement system for this purpose. He also, for a brief period of time, worked as a technical secretary, IBM at Nagpur in 2016. But because of his dedication and perseverance, he was elevated to the post of controller of mine in 2017. And also given the charge of mining MTS, an initiative undertaken for total transformation of functioning of IBM, through technology-driven digital platform. He has also assigned the additional charge of Controller Mines Central Zone and Controller of Mines Planning and Coordination at Nagpur headquarters. Since 2019, May 2019, he is the Chief Coordinator of Mines, Mineral Development and Regulation Division, and has been working with his dedication, perfection for the initiation of this particular mining system. And in this COVID scenario also, he said, never to rest. I'll now request Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma ji to have this, I think in this particular half an hour, we shall be, he'll be taking us to a new world, a change in mining. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And namaskar and very, very warm welcome to all of you. And before I start, I would like to clarify one thing, that probably I am not worth what has been said in wonderful words by ma'am. So I'm just an ordinary fellow from like any other person. Thank you very much. So the organizing committee of this webinar, esteemed speakers, and wonderful participants, I feel privileged to be in company of extremely aware human beings for a change in these rapidly changing times and continuously evolving situations in our lives across the globe. It gives me immense pleasure the way this webinar has justified its theme by providing an opportunity to someone who comes from a world apart, if perceived from the point of view of the sphere of work. Salutations to the organizers for being innovative and courageous enough to experiment by inviting a mining engineer to speak on a topic not at all his forte by any means. You can be commended for this change to be innovative, thereby taking this challenge head on. In my considered opinion, Lord Krishna showed us the path how to imbibe the ever-changing and evolving universe with the energy called life. Lord Krishna told us the importance of karma rather than the outcome. Lord Krishna taught us how not to deter from our karmas, to keep oneself in complete harmony of consistently changing times, irrespective of the challenges you are up against. Think for a moment of not keeping pace with the surroundings, and you will find yourself standing alone, completely abandoned. Exactly the same was established by our science when Charles Darwin came up with the theory of evolution, which says those who evolve and adapt with the changes are embraced by the nature and the others fade away. The status quo never supports change, and change is not about the status quo. Even the very essence of physical life lies in continuous changes through cell divisions. These changes bring in human beings, entire flora and fauna, and this complete ecosystem which supports the energy called life. I would like to express change, CHANGE per se, as capacity to harness all novel and glorious energies. The change can take place at two different levels, internal and external. Let us first discuss about the external changes, which are largely driven by changes in the physical world. These can be witnessed taking shape all around us on a daily basis. These are the changes brought about by the innovations in the field of science and technology. Everyone knows about creation of Earth post Big Bang and the evolution of life on this Earth. We are also aware about how humans evolved from tiny sea creatures to fishes, to amphibians, and then to Homo erectus. The nature and the humans have innovated consistently without any pause, and today we stand where we are. This journey tells us how innovations can bring about a complete transformation in our lives. To sum it up, it can be said that it is an outcome of curiosity of human mind coupled with the experimentations. This is what we call in today's world, science and technology has given us. This has resulted in enormous benefits to the mankind, but not without challenges and fair share of baggage it comes with. We tamed fire for our benefits, to manufacture and to cook, but it is also used for its destructive purposes. Mankind found metals for their basic requirements, but ended up using it for their killing machines as well. The nuclear energy is harnessed for generation of cheap energy required for mankind to reduce pressure on the natural resources. But it is also used to create nuclear weapons capable of devastating the world in few seconds, which has taken millions of years to come up to this stage. The innovation of laser was for useful purposes, like in surgery, and it is now one of the most potent tool of destruction. Development of medicines, vaccines was in the interest of well-being of humans, but it can very well be misused to the effects unimaginable. One can admire the power of innovation through science and technology as witnessed unfolding around us in ever-evolving world, and somewhere indulging in self-appreciation as well for this heady progress. But the fact remains that everyday survival was the key for primitive humans, and situation has remained more or less the same even today. We raised armies to protect our people, their belongings and lives. We manufactured war machines for our safety against invaders. We brought computers to reduce the load on humans. We brought robots and artificial intelligence to create a force of servants. We created big economies giving access to power and position. Some of the best examples of innovations and change have catapulted this world into a very kind of its own. And then suddenly, unimaginable comes calling, and everyone starts feeling terrified and shaken from his or her position of power, from being in total control to nowhere. An invisible invader appears from nowhere, and all our military might, economic might, innovation, science and technology has no means to tackle it. This is a change which no one could imagine. This is the change no one was ready for. And this is the surprise sprung by the nature when we started thinking we are in total control. This pandemic is a result of change, the change which was not in harmony with the cosmic energy, the change which is a result of unabated, outbound, evolving situation without internalization, and suddenly there is no wherewithal to deal with it. It is not that we haven't faced the consequences of such magnitude in the past. It is not that we are not going to overcome it, but let's understand it without any ambiguity, that be it primitive world or the modern day world, change is inevitable and comes with its baggage of challenges. Before I bring in the subject of internal change, let me once again pick up something very innocuous, looking aspect from the life of Lord Krishna, but very pertinent in the present context. Lord Krishna went to Gurukul of Rishi Sandipan for his education. That was a wonderful system in ancient India which taught us how to internalize the change, how to be in complete harmony with the nature, and how to become a part of ever-changing nature to progress further. The Gurukuls were the places where pupils used to come from every walk of life. They were taught all skills by their master, including formal education. All were treated alike, provided with same and just sufficient resources, and subjected to same routine. One of the routines was to pick up samidha. Samidha are dry thin wood branches which are used in yagna or havan, and fruits and other eatables from the forest. It was ingrained in their minds that only those fruits and branches are to be picked up which have been shed away by the trees. The idea was to take only that what has been offered by nature on its own. There were many animals and birds which used to stay in their ashrams, and they never found crossing their boundaries, encroaching into each other. With surroundings. This inculcated a sense of togetherness with an approach of inclusive growth. I understand the sustainable change, which is in complete harmony of our internal and external surrounding, is the one which is of great significance in today's context. Let me pick up another example from the modern times when Mahatma Gandhi said, "Be the change you want." It so appropriately exemplifies the need of inward journey to activate the change from within. You may innovate, you may create, and you may provide so many wonderful ideas, but at the end of it is the same human who is still primitive as far as the internalization of change is concerned. He has hardly changed in his age-old approach of living for his comforts only. It is still a perception as strong as then that getting this world for me is everything. Who cares for the others? In a way, the universe is evolving. The whole ecosystem is changing, but our thought process has not evolved much to keep pace with the consistently changing world around us. We are able to tap the energy of fire, water, and air. But a sound from within says, only for me, not for the others. Therefore, we tend to use it for disrupting the others, and this kind of a change is not sustainable. The fact is, all these winds of change need to flow from within. We want that someone else should do it for me, refusing to accept the inevitability to leave this world first if wish is to attain heaven. It is not possible for me to reach New York if someone else travels and I only wish to be there. It is counterproductive to accept the change to take place without willing to transform according to come out of the comfort zone. The biggest challenge as of today comes from not being able to change from within to keep pace with the nature. The winds of change will keep blowing. And if we want to remain intact within our comfort zone, we will be left behind. Those who know how to flow with waves will only be able to sail through, sitting at the banks and thinking the way out, which will bring misery to us only. Someone can argue we will innovate and cross the river through some alternative means. But what if time and condition is such that it is not feasible, like today's time? Look at the situation this mighty world is pitted against with all its innovations and applications, forced to internalize the changes in its lifestyle to sail through these difficult times of pandemic. Yoga, meditation, clean environments, peace and silence, that does signifies the distancing. All other means to talk to yourself, means to be in sync with surroundings, the basic tenets of Indian culture. That is the reason that despite witnessing many invaders, many forces from different parts of the world, it could harness these changes very well without losing its basic structure and withstood every testimony of changing times so gracefully. I understand there will be many parameters of innovations and the impacts of change that will be taken up for discussions during the presentation of research papers in next 2 days. But I would like to put forth the example of my own discipline, which was handled just like an activity to dig up something useful. But with the changing times, it became a field which uses satellite technology, artificial intelligence, remotely operated and controlled machines, sensors and monitoring devices, computer simulations, advanced means of communications, rock handling and rock reinforcement techniques, and converting the mined out lands into beautiful landscapes. Earlier, probably it was unthinkable, unimaginable, and unheard of because of the simple reason of necessity to do so, but certainly not without the underlying acceptability and resolve to do so. In the field of academics and research, even the formal education has undergone transformations, and specifically in today's difficult times, it is set to change like never before. I never thought of it when I was a student, but now when I look back, I always try to find out what was the significance of those differential equations, those mathematical series, and so many other aspects, if underlying intent was not to pursue all these, whether all that is relevant to what I am doing today. But I am anticipating a lot is set to change, and let us be ready for it. The very existence of our universe lies in change. These changes are responsible for what we are and where we are on the way or the way we exist today. The harnessing of these changes holistically brought about everything we see around us. Look at our own life, which is a result of cell division on a consistent basis. Resulting changes create growth, And when this activity starts diminishing, one gets old, heading towards the inevitable, but never refuses to change. Maybe because there is no other option, but still one does not live to live. Even in old age, and wish to be alive is as strong as it was ever before. So it can be concluded that one has adapted well to this change. It has been completely consumed. Once you do so, life flows out of it. So acceptability and adaptability is the key to harness the change. I still remember an incident during one of the tours of Indian cricket team to New Zealand in the year 1981, when Ravi Shastri was flown a day before the test match at Basin Reserves, Wellington, as a last-minute replacement, and was on the ground as a debutant the very next morning. He was given an opportunity as a spinner, and rest is history, as how he ended up becoming a great all-rounder and an opening batsman as well for the Indian cricket team. He grabbed the opportunity with both hands and very well adapted to the demands of the team. The seeds are capable of growing into a fine tree, but this is not the case with all of them. It is decided by the very place these seeds land at. If a seed lands at a rocky terrain, it dies, and when it lands into a water body, it flows away. And the one which lands at a fertile land germinates, and if nurtured and adapt to the surroundings, grows into a wonderful tree. So the another factor is to be at right place at right time and ready to grab the opportunity provided. And remember, every seed germinates, which germinates does not grow into a tree. Similarly, one should be ready to harness the changes required to grow rather than refusing to outcome of his or her comfort zone. This is how successful business, great economies, advanced communities stand apart from the others. The space technology has great benefits if world uses it, considering for all. Otherwise, we end up using it for spying, stealing information, and for fighting wars. Same is for computers. If used for all, facilitates to the great extent. Otherwise can be used for disruptive activities. Similarly, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, virtual world, etc. are the innovative changes need to be harnessed with holistic approach. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves back to where we started from. A story is beautiful when it touches every heart, not a few. A smile is magical when it brings a smile to everyone. A loving heart is wonderful when it spreads love to all. A hope is so desirable when it keeps everyone interested. A win is magnificent when achieved for everyone. A celebration is enjoyable, involving everyone. A joy is blissful when shared by everyone. And the change and innovations are fruitful when felt and brought about for everyone from within. Before I conclude, I would like to appreciate this resolve shown by the organizers of this webinar, an example of sorts, so wonderfully justifying the theme as a beginning of new beginning. In these ever evolving surroundings, you may miss that energy of face-to-face discussions and in-person communications, that bond of togetherness and opportunities of laughter. We may not have the privilege of exchanging the notes or a fine script. We may be missing that feel of book in our hands, that typical smell of the pages as we turn one page after the other. But this is important, that for us to accept it and adapt to it, to interact with each other through these webinars rather than these seminars, with a firm belief that change is perpetual, the change is constant, and the change is inevitable. And so is energy and will of the mankind to imbibe it completely for a blissful future. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Accepting that reality is change and that we are part of that reality has many psychological advantages too. Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very inspirational one where you touched upon many aspects of changes. And I find myself inseparable from the world around me. Often life can feel like we are two separate entities coexisting. Yet the truth is, I was born from this world into, not into it. I am it as are you. The same force that courses through our universe is the same coursing through our veins. We are the universe, not in it. You and I are the change in our environment as the environment is on us. Thank you very much for this, you can say, a very panoramic view which you gave us, ranging from the mythological stories to the stories which are existing till date. Thank you, sir. We have you to stick to the schedule also. That is a very, you can say, very appreciative thing of yours. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Rawa, who has joined us. Dr. Rawa Abulabi. She's Assistant Professor of Engineer Design and Architecture. A very original, very ingenious in designing, in working. She hails from Nablus, Palestine. A distinguished and active researcher, she has accomplished several fresh projects on interior design, including some of the hospitals in Palestine dedicated for childcare. It's indeed a pleasure to listen to you, ma'am. And you have already attained great global recognition from the industry and academicians. So it will be we are very grateful that you could be part of this, and you are always being associated with IAARHIES since a couple of years, and it will be wonderful to hear you out. But before that, I now request Hardev sir to say a few words regarding Dr. Rawa Abulabi.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Hi, Professor Rawa. How are you, ma'am?
Hi, Hardeep. Thanks a lot for this invitation, and it's nice to see you again here from this webinar. Last year, yeah, I saw you in Manchester, and it's very grateful to see you there.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure indeed that you accepted our invitation, and we are all very happy that we'll be able to have your invited talk. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, I can start?
Yes.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Yeah, I will share my slides now.
Please.
First of all, thanks a lot for this nice introduction, and maybe you gave me more credit than I deserve. My presentation actually today is about artworks for healing, children's hospitals focus. In my presentation today, I will provide you an overview about my research, motivations, the background, and the context. Then I will talk about my methodology, fieldwork, data analysis that I used. Then I will describe briefly the importance of art in healthcare design. Then I will provide you some results. My research actually concentrates on the types of artworks that can provide healing environments, particularly in the public spaces of children's hospitals. I mean by public spaces, it's related to main entrance, thoroughfares, atriums, and I will show you some slides what I mean by thoroughfares. These are the thoroughfares of the hospital, and this is atrium, waiting areas, and the playing areas. I choose actually these kind of spaces, or I concentrate on these spaces because they can work as an organizing element, and they can help people to socialize and to find their way, and they can provide a healing environment if they will designed. I mean by artwork, all of us know that artwork is considered as a seamless extension of interior design. Also, I mean by artworks here is related to paintings, murals, photographs, sculptures, decorative tiles, ceramics, textile hanging, and the furniture. Some designers usually and scholars believe it is important to include the artwork in the public spaces of children's hospitals because they might provide a therapeutic environment. They might function as a cultural resource for the surrounding community. Also, they can help to decrease children's fears and anxiety. I choose this research for three main reasons, actually. The first one I will describe you, which is related to the context of this project, which is related to my home country, Palestine. Then I have a personal story that also pushed me to do this kind of research. Then also the reasons related to gaps in the literature review. In terms of the context of my project, which is related to Palestine, Palestine in general, it is located on the eastern side of the Mediterranean Sea, and the number of the Palestinians around 11 million. I concentrate on Nablus city, which is one of the largest cities in Palestine, of course, after Jerusalem. In Nablus city, we have around just 5 hospitals. We do not actually have a dedicated children's hospital. However, we have 2 governmental hospitals, and the other hospitals, they are private. This governmental hospital, one of them, it is Rafidia Surgery Hospital, which is considered one of the biggest governmental hospital in general or in Palestine, not only in Nablus. And many people using this governmental hospital because for economical issues, as you know, private hospitals, they are always expensive. So when you enter the main entrance, and this is actually the main entrance, if you look here, you find that this is not the main entrance of a hospital. So the main entrance of the hospital is not appropriate actually and supported for the stakeholders, particularly for children. You can't find any aesthetics issues related to art that can support children. When you enter the main entrance, you can find this small atrium, and you can find that there is a lack of aesthetics issues in terms also of the artwork that can provide appropriate and supportive environment. When you access the Department of Children, because this hospital is the only governmental hospital that can hospitalize children, you find in the department a lot of posters or pictures. They are related to medical issues. You find a bit of some of the artworks on the walls of this, of the public spaces or the thoroughfares or the corridors of the department. When I access actually personally of this department in order to take the photos and to do some research, I do not feel actually comfortable. I told myself how the children will feel comfortable with these colors, with these some paintings, which they are childish themes. They might appropriate with a specific small age range, and they might not be appropriate for all age ranges of children. Also, I took another case study in Nablus city, which is a private actually hospital called or named An-Najah University Hospital. In this university hospital, it is maybe a little bit better than Rafidia Hospital. However, they have 2 pediatric departments, one of them related to hematology and the other one also related to pediatric children, although it is called pediatric, but they hospitalize children from 3 to 18 years old here, maybe also less. In the main corridor of the department, you find some nice maybe photographs or figurative artworks that can be hanged on the walls of the corridors. However, when I analyzed them, I found that most of them, they are included emotionally positive facial expressions, and some of them, they have an artwork that included cartoon themes, and according to literature, children, they do not like actually, or most of them, they do not like cartoon themes because they are, change every time. The other reason to do this kind of research is my personal story. When I gave my birth to my son, I have to hospitalize him for several days, which made me realize the poor conditions for the interior design of the hospitals, particularly artworks and the playing areas. You can find that there is no aesthetics issues or playing areas that can support children and even to support their mothers who will hospitalize them for several days. So I I create my objective or research objectives, or which is related that, or I ask myself, what are the appropriate types of art that can be used in the public spaces of children's hospitals, particularly atrium, the main entrance, reception areas, waiting areas, and the corridors. Then I ask myself, what are the sort of artworks that are appropriate to the specific context of Palestine? Then what are the appropriate types of art for all age ranges of children? Then is there any gender differences, minor or no differences in choosing the type of artwork? All these questions, I identified them at the end of my research. In order to answer all these objectives or research objectives, I used actually qualitative research that using participatory and participation workshop format. I use co-design, co-creation, and then focus groups, innovative methods like drawings, models, charts. Then I also have some individual interviews. In terms of collecting my data, the process, as I mentioned, it includes 9 co-design and co-creation workshops, included 55 participants from children, parents, medical staff, and designers. I used friendly, actually, toolkits, having some fun issues in order not to limit the imagination of the children and not, and to provide them with comfort environment in order to do the drawings and to create some models that provide them with comfort in terms of art, in terms of the colors they like to see when they are in a space that can provide them with comfort. As you can see here, children, they are drawing, they're creating as well. And some of them as well, they are writing their interpretations. And also I included some children, they are just 5 years or 6 years. So my participants, they are between 3 to 18 years old. Also, I conducted workshops after children with parents. Parents as well, they interpret their drawings and they draw a chart to express their needs as a parent in terms of the types of artworks they like to see when they enter the main entrance, the atrium, or the public spaces of hospitals. For instance, here from parents, they like to see nature art or culture, art that is connected to culture in the reception area. They like to see water features. Also, they like to see nature elements here. As you can see, they're hanging that on the walls in the public spaces or the main entrances or atriums. These are also examples from parents they did through the workshops. Also, the small kids, which they have age range between 3 to 5 years old, after they draw, I actually have a help from their mothers who help me actually to help their children to talk about their drawings. Children, they have sometimes their words you can't understand when they are when they are in a very small age. Then after that, I conduct workshops with medical staff like doctors, nurses, reception people who are working in the reception area. Also, doctors, I discuss with them the results from parents and children workshops in terms of the art that we can hang in the walls. We have some maybe artwork that is not appropriate for medical issues in terms of germs and other issues. Also, they draw a chart in terms of the types of the artworks that they like to see when they are working in the hospital. Then after that, I do some initial analysis. As you can see here from the picture, I used actually thematic analysis approach to analyze my data. And also after that, I conduct a workshop with 4 types of designers. I have graphic designers, architects, interior designer, and then I have also paintings and ceramics. These designers actually helped me when I presented the data and I gave them the data or the initial results from the previous workshops. They helped me how we can, for instance, create art that is connected to culture and how we can deal with such kind of huge data. They draw some, using hexagon cards, draw some ideas, create some charts that might help me in my data analysis. Here these are some examples. I will show you what children actually also like to see when they are in a space that provides them with comfort. For instance, children like to see or they prefer to see the art that is connected to nature. And this is, I remember that the child told me this picture is related, or I named it that it is 4 seasons. That means the child liked the 4 seasons to see in the walls, which is related to nature. Here, some child or children related in between 15 to 16 years old, she likes or he likes to see water features or artwork that is related to water features. Others like to see artwork that is related to music, as you can see here from the picture. Others also like to see impressionistic type of artwork. Some of them also like to see different types of artwork. Here, as you can see from the model, this hanging type of artwork. I provide them here in order to show you that they like to see impressionistic, art connected to culture, and other types of artwork. In terms of data analysis, as I mentioned, I used thematic analysis approach. Actually, when you are collecting your data, you feel that it is not actually too much difficult. However, when you come to analyze them, it is actually, it provides you that you are feeling very crazy because it's very huge data. But I code my data manually in order to manage that. Then I transfer that to my computer using some visualization. When I did some cross analysis between all the workshops that I have and using some visualization. Some findings I found in my research that there are no differences actually across children's preferences regarding art that is connected to nature and art connected to music. Also, there are no differences between children regarding the inclusion of art that is connected to nature, as I mentioned. There are differences actually between boys and girls regarding the art regarding the inclusion of art related to abstract. And also there are some differences regarding the inclusion of an impressionistic type of art. Also, here 2 girls versus 2 boys were including various types of art. So, and the last one, including sport themes of art, have been chosen just by 3 types or by 3 age range of of children. The results that I have, I found that art connected to nature, which has the highest, preferences by all types of participants, even parents, doctors, nurses. But here we should consider the age range of the children, the cognitive development of the children, and how we can translate the art that is connected to nature that might be appropriate for all age ranges of children. Also, we have art connected to water features, art connected to culture, semi-permanent type of art, abstract, art connected to music, art connected to the function, art connected to sport, various types of art, and the impressionistic piece of art. Here, to conclude that, I found that it is evident that the interiors of children's hospitals, particularly in public spaces, play an important role actually in uplifting child mindedness. Then having bright colors on walls with attractive artwork installation can help children to overcome their fears and anxiety. Also, art can generate and transmit meaning and considered a vehicle of social support. Also, the incorporation of 2 cases in my research, which is related to Palestine, shows that there is a need to redesign the interior environment of pediatrics at Rafidia Surgery Hospital and to provide more various types of artworks at both hospitals to create more healing and age-appropriate environment. Also, the importance of including art that encompass traditional elements and motifs relevant to culture in Palestine is something important as well, including various and different preferences related to children that do not alter according to their age and their cognitive development. In terms of the implication in my research, these findings from my research aid to develop guidelines for the appropriate types of artworks that can be included in the design of the public spaces of children's hospitals. Such guidelines will contribute to the creation of supportive healing environments for all stakeholders, but particularly for children, and they will inform the development of evidence-based design guidelines for healthcare facilities. In terms of validation and contribution to knowledge, my research actually includes some important issues related to adopted methodology and the methods that I used in terms of 2D and 3D creative methods. Also, motivations, the gaps in the literature review also can provide some supportive in credibility and dependability in my research. The rigor of the research approach in terms of the data collection of this research was also sequential. As you can see, I conducted workshops with children, parents, doctors, nurses, then designers. Also, the use of the above methods in the context of Palestine also helped me in somehow in my validation. Nowadays, in my way to do some, these results, I will use them to do some quantitative research in order to strengthen the validation, in order to do some implications, hopefully, when we have some funds in Palestine after this, pandemic issues, it is nowadays somehow difficult to have some funds. I would like to finish with this slide, and I would like to thank all of the people who are arranged this nice webinar. And thanks a lot, special thanks actually for Dr. Hardif, who's providing me with to give me a chance to participate and to invite me to this webinar. Thanks a lot for all.
Thank you, ma'am. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you. A new aspect was shown to us, and how craft like murals and sculptures and ceramics and designs has therapeutic impact on the patients, especially children. How it plays a vital role in bringing changes in the mindset of children and their parents. It was a unique concept, and we really hope that this type of work, the project which you have undertaken to change the scenario of hospitals, is worth applauding. Thank you, ma'am. It was really indeed a very, you can say, eye-opener for me too. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sophie. Thanks a lot.
As we move, I think Mihir sir has joined us.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
So we have another co-host with me, Dr. Mihir Kalambi, who will be further taking this beautiful deliberations under his canopy. Thank you, Mihir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. But before I probably take this session forward, I would just like to apologize to everyone. We are staying in Mumbai and we have section 144 being imposed onto us since last night, 12 o'clock, which makes it very difficult for us to really go outside. And I was in office, I finished my soft skill classes over there and I just drove back. So I'm really sorry. I've been really missing out on these sessions. From what probably I could take it forward is from my side, I would just like to welcome each one of y'all. And I would really like to say a big thank you to Dr. Sharma, the whole entire team at IAARHIES for contributing to this knowledge building process. I will just give you a 5 minutes introduction about what exactly I understand by this topic. Would not really eat too much into your time because I'm sure it's already 2 o'clock. You all also would like to take some break over there. What I understand basically in terms of such kind of platforms and in such kind of presentations is the opportunity for each one of us to really come and network. And I was so taken back when I think ma'am addressed me as Mihir sir. I feel so nice, in fact, the entire panel was sitting in front of me. You all have got great amount of years of experience. And what is really very emotional for me is the feelings and the trust that probably the institution has probably put on to me. And at the age of 31, at the very age of 30, I completed with my PhD. And Dr. Sharma has been a facilitator for my entire career as far as my PhD is concerned. So he has embraced, I have embraced the change from a Mihir Kalambi to a Dr. Mihir Kalambi. So in fact, this change that I have really got is only through this particular platform. Sonu ma'am, again, an exceptional speaker. I connected with her last month, we had this wonderful skill building seminar. And Sonu ma'am, I would like to tell you, I had a friend of mine who attended your presentation. His name was Vinayak Naik. I don't know, of course, in the full presentation list, I don't think you must have been able to read everybody because we had good number of attendees for that. But the feedback that was given to me, he was not very confident in English. He was not really very confident in communicating. And he used to always feel that if I don't know English, it's really okay. But I really would like to thank you. You have really given him that moral boost to, pursue something in English. And he now reads a piece of newspaper every day. So he has embraced this change. He has embraced this change in a very dynamic way and in a very, very different way. Press ma'am, again, we met for our conference before also. We've been connected and we know how exactly these proceedings really go by. I would just probably like to put things forward. Change is, of course, mandatory. That's all what we've been hearing. Change is constant. Survival is optional. So this is something which is very, very important for all of us. So in case it's important for each one of us, especially youngsters like me, who are sitting over here right now, what exactly is happening in the dynamics of the corporate world today? I do a lot of soft skill training. I deal with business communication. I deal with a lot of learning and development within the organization. And I realized one thing, that in order to facilitate and in order to bring some changes, we have to understand it is time for us to change. I've always believed in the statement what, our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji said. He said, you've got to be the change that you want to see outside. So if you want to embrace that change, change comes from within and change comes from everywhere. Just quickly take you down through just 2 minutes of my presentation that this is basically just a filler. Y'all can just get back to, your things. We are currently living in a very, very difficult time. We are living in a world which is absolutely difficult, and that has absolutely, we are just not aware about how this particular situation is really going to unfold today or tomorrow. I again would like to reiterate one thing. On the 31st of December at night, we all were wishing each other Happy New Year, least realizing that 2020 is a year that none of us want to remember. We just do not want to remember. And I, being a soft skill trainer, and of course being pretty young and an absolutely novice in this education field right now, being an educator and being a facilitator, I used to have a lot of back-to-back soft skill classes. And Sonu ma'am, I'm sure you'll understand that when we teach English and when we teach business communication, we have got to speak from our heart, from our mind, so we get that different personality outside. So we are able to really connect. When we were taking such classes, it used to become very difficult for me. So I work in an institution wherein we offer professional coaching. We have coaching classes for business accountancy, financial risk management, accountancy, company secretaries, professional courses. So one basic mandatory requirement is the soft skill courses that we require to have all our students undergo through. It used to be very difficult to conduct back-to-back classes, morning, afternoon, evening, working in 3 shifts. And I have probably taken COVID as a blessing in disguise, because for me to go to every class morning, afternoon, evening and wait back to the Mumbai traffic in the local trains was very difficult for me. But with this COVID situation, I can probably connect to all the 1,000 students using a Zoom platform. And boy, this change has been amazing. I have embraced this change. I've embraced this particular challenge, and we have converted this challenge into a different platform and have been able to really connect with everyone over there. So, well, yes, if we require to embrace that change, we've got to be ready to really face that particular change. And what we rightly say, we all are currently living in a very VUCA world. We all know what does VUCA mean. VUCA means V for volatility, U for uncertainty, C for complexity, and A for ambiguity. We all are living in such a world wherein things that are going to happen tomorrow, we are not very clear about it. So this change that is going to happen tomorrow, we require to be well prepared for it. And therefore, just moving on a little bit faster in this particular slide is, we all are a captain of our ship. I've always believed as educators and facilitators. In fact, I am driving home a point right now. Let's change the term and terminology of calling each other a teacher, because today's education, you require facilitation. And I'm driving home a point. Let's change the nomenclature of a teacher to a facilitator, because ultimately a teacher facilitates learning. And that is something that is really very good. So being the captain of the ship and being people who really lead other people, if we want to embrace change and if we want to get things in future, we have to convert the volatility into vision, the uncertainty into understanding, the complexity into clarity, and the ambiguity into agility. We have to understand that if we want to embrace, if we want to engulf, and if we want to really be a part of this ever-changing scenario, we require to have a vision with a deeper understanding, with great amount of clarity, and
Here, I suppose your voice is breaking.
Hello, sir. Audible now?
Yeah, it
Yes. So I would like to probably hand over the proceedings to Dr. Sharma, and I thank you all once again. And I will be here, and we can continue. Yes, Dr. Sharma, you could probably take it next presentations because I really don't know the sequence.
Can you be here, please? Invite our. I have forwarded you the schedule. Can you please see on your WhatsApp? And we have Garima ma'am's presentation right now. I suppose. Yes.
So, sir, we should. My pleasure, of course, to.
Yeah. Okay, so now thank you, Mir. Thank you so much for your intro part. Now, may I invite Garima ma'am? She is already there with us. Ms. Garima ma'am is a communication and NLP coach. She is a postgraduate in management, motivational speaker, personality development trainer, NLP and psychic coach, a sound healer, and a counselor. She is also a Reebok certified metabolic trainer and a Zumba trainer. MEM has conducted communication and leadership MDPs and capacity building for DCP levels in the Delhi Police, Devim Ministry of MSME, and print media professionals with specifics on managing multiple priorities. She has recently concluded MDP for Indian oil officials on sound healing, a must attend for managing stress during COVID-19 times. She has about 20 years of professional experience of training management and technical students, corporate and business women in developing and honing communication skill sets. As an NLP practitioner, she combines her communication training to unique perspective of working with body, mind, and soul. She has a special penchant of changing the lives of people in a magical way, bringing about a shift in their mindset and honing their abilities. A mother of two, Garima loves to travel and read. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful introduction. I definitely feel good about myself. I'm honored and privileged to be amongst this wonderful society, IRS, and the research. I would love to extend my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Sonu for conceptualizing such a wonderful seminar where, she's welcoming change in all dimensions. People often limit it, but I'm so in awe that she is willing to incorporate the changes from multiple dimensions. And here I have picked up a topic which is very close to my heart, and the topic is personal growth. I've submitted the concept note, but I would like to share it through a little PPT. Is my screen visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet.
Just a second. Just a second. Just a second. Am I visible now?
Not as yet, ma'am.
I don't see now. This is technology. Yeah, this is where I am. Please. So.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible.
Yeah. So I'll just go back. So change, innovation, and the challenges. So I have picked up how does growth happen? So it says that we humans, parallelly exist in 4 realms. Now, what are these 4 realms? Mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual. What do I mean by we exist in 4 realms? So let us understand this through this next slide. The inner world and the outer world. What do I mean by inner world and outer world? Problems come to us in many ways. And like if we can categorize them broadly, we would either have financial problems, problems related to abundance, or we would have problems related to health and wellness, or we would have problems in our relationships. But broadly, problems will be in all these areas, right? So if you categorize these, and if you are willing to work on any of these problems, it is very important to identify. Now, look at the screen again: mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual. What happens mostly is, when we are working, we only work on the physical realm. Being a trainer myself and being in capacity building and skill development, I was always working on the exterior, you know, always honing these skills in skill management. So, so we were always honing those skills in, but never really bothering to pause and see what is happening in mental, emotional, or the spiritual aspects. And why is this important? Let us again understand. See, you have made a resume. Let us take an example of Rahul. Rahul has made a resume which is perfect, and he, you know, takes a printout of the resume, and you know, he's very happy with the outcome. And then suddenly he sees there is a printo error. There's a spelling error. So he goes, he uses the correcting fluid, he uses the eraser, but the copy is not good enough. Can he get a good copy, a satisfactory copy again if he gives the reprint command? The answer is no. Unless he goes and makes the changes into the software again, the hard copy is never going to be perfect. If the soft copy where he has incorporated the program, so similarly, we humans, we hold a lot of limiting beliefs, and we have an internal programming which is going on, which is, so let us consider, is mental inner world or outer world? Inner. Emotional inner world or outer world? Inner. Spiritual inner world or outer world? Inner world, right? And physical is only 25%, which means 75% of our life is inner world, right? And where we are focusing is on the outer world. We're talking about skill development, we're talking about getting this, getting that, but a lot of programming is happening in our inner world. Let us take another, we have been talking about change since morning. Let us understand the difference between change and transformation. What essentially happens with change and transformation? Change uses external influence to modify the action, but transformation becomes a natural process. Like I will elaborate the experience. I would elaborate the experience by using some nature's principle. Say a bear changes his fur every winter, and a bear then changes his fur every summer. Does it mean that he has changed his limbs? His limbs essentially remain the same. And also let us take the migratory birds. When these birds are there, they change the place. They change the place according to the weather. But does it mean that their capacity has changed? The capacity of flying, the speed or the length or the tenure, does that shift? Probably no. So transformation is a different concept which requires involvement of the inner world. Now let us take here on the left hand, we have the example of the caterpillar becoming a butterfly. Now, what do we mean caterpillar becoming a butterfly? There was the concept of cocoon, right? Cocoon. Now, what happened in a cocoon? A process took place, a process of transformation took place in the cocoon. And that is how the caterpillar was transformed into becoming a butterfly. Also, let us understand in the object form, like there is a table. And what happens when we convert the table into a door and you use the legs to make the frame of the door? So now the transformation has taken place. The door can never become the table, and the butterfly can never be the caterpillar again. Now that is what I call real change. A transformation has actually taken place. So most often, this is one very, very big challenge I have dealt with dealing with humans and people in my approach. Being from the academic side and being in the skill building and capacity building, we were always focusing on the outer world. I would always focus on skills, you know, getting communication skills, getting soft skills, this, that. But then we humans are running a very deeper inner programming. And I realized that in order to see difference in the outer world, we have to reprogram our inner world. This understanding I got through my various learnings, through NLP, through sound healing, and through this very, very powerful technique of Psyche, which has been brought about by Dr. Bruce Lipton. In his famous book, Biology of Belief, I've had a mention in the concept note there. And what it does, we are going to have a deeper look. But let us take this concept further. So let's go to the personal growth. I have two important questions. How many of you believe you have achieved your full potential? I want you to pause and reflect on this question. How many of you believe you have achieved your full potential? And do you have a personal growth plan? So there can be only two answers, yes and no. If you choose yes, which I do believe, then the next question is, how does growth happen? What is the process? What are the rules? And lastly, the most important one, am I really willing to change? Here I would love to introduce two laws for you. This is the law of the pain and law of the rubber band. So when we talk about personal growth, if you go and look at the internet, there would be 44.5 million entries on self-growth. Yes, we are willing to learn. My favorite line is, anything which is not growing is busy dying. So irrespective of anything, we are growing. We like it, we don't like it, we are growing in one direction or the other. Either we are growing, either we are busy growing, or we are busy dying. I mean, you are losing your skills all the time. Having understood this, there are a couple of pertinent questions. Where do I start? What do we do when the pain comes, when we plan to grow? What problems do we face? And what are the types of these problems? Let us understand this a little closely. The very word law of pain. Pain in itself is a negative connotation, and it wants us to run away from the very word, because it is we all want to avoid pain, but at the same time, pain is all around us. We are growing, we are humans, and we have all kinds of experiences in life, the ups and the downs. But the thing is, we always look up and count on the ups, and we leave the downside, right? And every problem, so here is the thing. I mean, I want you to reflect that every problem introduces a person to himself. You know, it is an opportunity to meet your own self and grow from there. But however, there is a lot of pain involved, and which is real. And without addressing that, we cannot move forward. So people typically respond, you know, when there is a pain, they either run away from pain. There is another type which would like to take some action, do something with the pain, and they would flow with it. And then yet there are third kind of people who embrace the pain, right? And they choose to live with this pain and accept it in full responsibility. Those are the people who grow fastest. So let us understand these pains. I have this pain of inexperience, like I've never done that before. So a lot of people would identify like Dr. Kalambi made the best use of technology during this period. I see a lot of school teachers struggling with their computer skills. You know, it is such a pain, and half of them keep saying that if we didn't have growing up children, we would never be able to address. They are not ready. So the pain of inexperience, pain of incompetence, I can't do it. I've never done it. What do I do? Where do pain of conflict? We cannot run away from the people in our lives, however we may like to, but the people are real and there is conflict of interest, and the pain of change. Now, this is again very, very real. The pain of change, like where you have an audience of, you know, you are talking to live people, faces, you can gauge in communication. And here we have a lot of faculty teaching language. They would agree with me how important it is to connect. You know, the eye-to-eye connect, learning through expressions, the kinesthesia, and now talking to a blank screen. I mean, this is the pain of change, pain of bad health, pain of relationship losses, pain of taking personal responsibility. I mean, this is the highest one. You feel we always shift the blame on others. We have this tendency of he did it, she did it, my external environment, internal environment. How many times do we say it is my responsibility? It happened because I wasn't ready. Financial losses, real. So I'm given the paucity of time, I'd like to just flow through. Let me introduce you another concept, another law. Why I call it law? Because it is universal. Now, my question is, do you want to grow? And the answer is yes. Who doesn't want to grow? Think of the word potential. How many of you like the word potential? Potential is a positive word which is full of possibility. It is full of optimism. It is full of growth. But at the same time, the law of rubber band says growth happens outside your comfort zone. And that is the place which is very difficult to leave. And growth stops when you lose, like this is where you are and this is where you want to be. There has to be a stretch. If you lose that stretch, your growth is automatically dropped. You have to shift you have to use your muscle. You have to stretch your muscles. Muscles, not only the physical muscle, you have to stretch your mental muscles. You have to stretch your physical muscles. You have to stretch your own capacity to grow. That is only when the growth happens, right? So here is the law of the rubber band. And let me also, so how do we convert this pain to gain? Everything, like pain also is a friend. Why I call pain a friend? Because, and why it is important to embrace pain? Because every pain will give us something. You know, after every pain we grow, isn't it? Go back, reflect. So my resume, my introduction seems checkered, from a life skills trainer to a counselor to a sound healer to a Zumba trainer to a marathoner to a biker. It is checkered. It is checkered because I have addressed all the three issues of body, mind, and soul. And my journey has been interlinked within all the three realms. Like I have been an achiever. I was always working on the outside, but I realized that working on the outside alone does not help. You have to go within. So every converting pain to gain. So you choose a positive life stand. Even when negativity happens, you choose a life stand. Let me just give you one example. So there was a particular period when I was going through a bad phase, And a very dear friend told me, let's consider this astrologer. Maybe he will give you some input, Garima. And so this astrologer gave me a very doomsday picture. He gave me, your astronomical chart is very bad, and like this time is exceptionally bad, your relationships are bad, this is going to happen, that is going to happen. And I said, are you done? He looked at me in a very quizzical way. Yes. So I said, is this a bad time? He said, yes. I said, this is the worst time? He said, yes. And I said, nothing bad could ever happen? He said, yeah, this is very, very scary, it's very scary. And I said, thank you very much. If this is worse, then I am waiting for the best time to come, because I'm a full-fledged human being today with an active, healthy body and a beautiful family. I have clothes to wear and I have a bed to sleep in. Thank you very much. Choosing a positive life stand. Develop your own creativity. I mean, amongst all the chaos, we always have a little creativity left for us. Embrace the value of a bad experience. Every experience teaches us something. Now we need to pick up what is the good out of that bad experience. Something good will always, there always is a positive outcome. We must reflect and see what is the value of a bad experience. And that ability to turn a bad experience into a positive one is the formula for turning pain to gain. And make good changes from bad experience. Yes, taking responsibility of your life. This one is crucial, as I mentioned. If you take 100% responsibility of your life, of what is happening, real change, real transformation starts happening from there. Otherwise, we would always find hooks to hang our problems on, right? So the key point is, few people ever want to be stretched. The comfort zone, as I said, is a wonderful place to be, and we kind of snuggle in, and we're so okay with it. And mediocrity is where we find most people are. So most people settle in, and settling for the status quo, it's okay. A lot of people you would see in my country, there's a status quo where they have the government jobs and the comfort sets in, that they're taken care of. And that willingness to expand, they lose that rubber band stretch. And why? Because, as again I said, stretching is an inside job. It's an inside world. It is not the outer world. And you have to stretch, because it always requires a change. It requires a change in your habits and your thoughts. The most difficult, your thoughts lead to your emotions, and your emotions lead to your actions, and your actions become your habit, and your habit becomes your destiny. If you can find that correlation, it's a very, very intricate process. Like, again, I would repeat, your thought, choose your thoughts very, very carefully. You would ask me, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. Choose your thoughts carefully, because they become your emotions become your actions become your habits become your destiny. And stretching sets you apart from others, definitely. I mean, if every time you're stretching and you cannot be the same, you will see that you're different from the most people around you, and you're going to find yourself to be a misfit with the people around you, because they are very settled, they are very happy, they are the ones who are partying. Ask me, when I challenged myself to run for a marathon. Prior to that, I'm a family person with 2 wonderful kids and an awesome husband. So Saturday night meant partying for us. Saturday night meant boozing with friends. But then, if I were to run on a Sunday morning, would I choose to party on a Saturday evening? The answer is no. Because that required me to get up at 4:30 a.m. and be out on the street by 5 a.m. I could no way party till 12:31 at night. So I had to stretch, and which meant that I had to drop a couple of friends. So there is a pain in growing. So you have to stretch yourself, and stretching gives you a shot at significance. You become a significant person, not for others, but for yourself. And then choosing significance all the time, it becomes a lifestyle. It is no more a choice. It becomes a lifestyle. You choose it one after the other. You can't escape it. So here consider, so then consider these 15 laws of growth. So consider the law of intentionality. Now, this brings, like, you have to set your intention. Without intention, how else would you have to give it your intention? You have to be connected to yourself. Law of awareness, which means that you have to connect with your own self. You have to know yourself. And law of mirror is again extremely important because you have to see your worth to grow. And if you see worth in yourself, only then you're going to invest in yourself. Law of reflection, you need to take a pause, see where you are in life, how you can move forward. What is it that you are lacking? What is it that you need to improve upon? What is it that is standing between you, in your current state and where you want to be? So reflection is very important. Law of consistency again, because your motivation, yes, motivation is important. Motivation will get you started, but consistency is what gets you going. Motivation has a lifespan. It is going to end, but consistency will lead you forward. Law of the environment. You can never neglect law of the environment, because your environment, as they say, birds of the same feather flock together. Your environment is extremely important. That defines you. Law of the design. So intention, awareness, mirroring, reflection, very good. But unless you're able to design, unless you have a systematic pattern, the chances are you achieving your goal is going to be slim. Law of the pain I've explained. Law of the ladder. Your growth is going to be the height of your, you are going to determine the height. And law of the rubber band, of course, we've seen. Law of the trade-off. In order to get something, you need to give something. If you are take any skill, take anything. If you are willing to change your thoughts, so how do you change your thoughts if you're using affirmations? So you are trading off something. If you were listening to music, now you're doing affirmations. So there's a law of trade-off. You give something in order to get something. Law of curiosity. Now this is my favorite one. So, the adult mind doesn't learn. It needs a why. Why should I do this? Why should I do this? You will never do something because I'm saying. You have to find your own why. So the human mind, the adult mind, if it finds the reason for that why, it starts working. Like if I tell you, you do this, this is what is expansion. So the moment you expand your horizons, you expand everything in your environment. Law of contribution, growth happens when you give is what you get. And I'm going to touch on the last law of modeling, which is extremely, extremely crucial. I've just put it in one point, but the entire NLP starts from law of modeling. You alone, imagine if you were the only person in the world to be a model to yourself. So the entire NLP started in the year 1970 when a linguist and John Grinder and these people, they came together to find that there are certain people who are facing excellence. So they studied the pattern. They said if one and NLP is so that is where the integration of the conscious inner world and the outer world, unless we are able to integrate these two forward. So, when you're working on let us say if we are working on abundance, or if you're working on the financial outcomes, so you will say that I want to earn money, but please see, your programming has been done. That humans are programmed between the age 0 to 7. If you have your mental programming says, a lot of times we say that money is cursed. I don't know how many of you, money brings destruction. Money, there's a very famous quote in our country, and I have grown up on this. My father always said, लक्ष्मी बिना सरस्वती के अंकुश के नर्क है. For my foreign delegates, it means Lakshmi is a goddess of wealth in my country, and Saraswati is the goddess of wisdom. So, which means that the thank you, and you have a wonderful day. I hope I have been able to address a few aspects of the change and the complexities therein. Just a second, let me stop sharing the screen. So these are the few points that I have just touched upon, and a whole lot of parameter lies within, the inner world and the outer world, how you should change, and how is it possible to even change your beliefs, how you can change your beliefs. So these, unless you uninstall the programming running in your subconscious mind, no matter how much you work on the conscious world, nothing is gonna happen, right? So the change, yes, the change is for real, it is there. And how do you create lasting change? How do you create transformation stories? This is what my talk is. I hope I have been able to, trigger some points and drive home some of my thoughts to you. And if any questions, I'm here, and I hope I have not exceeded my time. And I would like to thank the team IRS for giving me this opportunity to be here. And I'm wishing you all a super successful 2 days seminar. Thank you so much.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you
Yes,
are.
thank you so much. In fact, I really appreciated what you spoke about, how breaking the comfort zone is very important. Really getting the transformation and the change becomes very important. I was in ICC school, diagnosed with this. So I got the change. I had a symptom. Got different emotions. Am I? Hello?
Yeah, now it's better now.
It's better. It's better. Ma'am, I was diagnosed with dysgraphia and dyscalculia, and I did not have that confidence. But what you spoke about having the change and the transformation, I never imagined that at the age of 28, I'll be the youngest PhD holder in the University of Mumbai. So I really relate to what you said about emotions, about moving the comfort zone and breaking that comfort zone, and really.
Here again, some sound issue, I suppose.
Thank ma'am again for your contribution. So that's all that I probably would like to say over here right now. I won't again eat much into time.
Here, can you hear us? Okay, I suppose Mihir is facing some technical issue, maybe over his side. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much once again. And now, may I invite Professor Nikola Slavkovic. Sir, are you there? Yes. So it's all over to you, sir. We are ready for your presentation. Thank you. Sir, sorry to interrupt. I suppose you haven't unmute your mic. Can you please?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, again, hello to everybody. I'm Nikola Slakovic from Belgrade, Serbia. I would say hello to everybody, and a special thanks to Dr. Hadar Sharma for inviting me in this great group and gathering for today. And it is I'm very honored to be part of this conference. My topic, my subject is a little bit discussing about technological changes and challenges in very known, today is very known post-COVID or COVID-19 era. So I would like to share with you some problems that arose from this health situation over all the world. I just had to say that in this contest I had to focus on the autonomous driving of on the new generation mobile networks, on the problems for intelligent systems applications in this kind of situations, or also COVID-19, and also a little bit share to some economy experiences about the next financial crisis that maybe already happened because of this mentioned COVID-19 health situation. As you all know, the technical expansion leads to incorporating intelligent systems in various applications. Recently, the intelligent systems are, how can I say, very active, and the research and development of these systems are in focus because of development of neural networks, deep learning, and everything else that helped the intelligent systems to be close to the human systems and the human decision making. So we already have the intelligent or artificial intelligence era. The biometric recognition, autonomous driving, intelligence, robotic system medicine, especially in diagnostics, because robotic systems in therapy are, for my opinion, it's not there is not on so high level, but diagnostics is a very high level using intelligent system and robotics, especially in recognizing the problems in imaging, in wide area of imaging of organisms, tissues, and cells, and everything else. So application systems definitely turn towards artificial intelligence. If we observing the actual status in the world, we can say that we are obviously go to the new era, to the some kind of introduction and introducing the new technology and new techniques for different applications. My first subject is some problems in autonomous driving, because autonomous driving, we could say today that autonomous driving is maybe one of the topic interesting area for implementing intelligence systems, because as we can say, the autonomous driving can be divided into several phases or several levels from 1 to 6. Maybe we already who drive a car knows that years ago there were one button control by speed control or cruise control. We have parking systems with the cameras and sensors for distance, and everything is every of these devices are helping helping driver to be more autonomous. But you know, the highest level of total automatic driving is not reached yet, because you cannot have the vehicle totally without driver assistance or driver attention. But the research and development goes to that level, I think really soon. This decision-making process is very connected with to be involved in a reaction for recognizing some kind of specific especially unwanted scenario on the road, on the in the traffic for all traffic participants. And the main idea is to forming databases about environmental conditions as support for locate and alarm risk zones or risk situations that every traffic participants can be involved. General problem for autonomous driving, autonomous vehicles, or self-driving cars, as we can call them, is to incorporate to take into account the road network, the geometric diagnostics, because recently and up to date, all autonomous driving devices and concepts are based on a very, how can I say, ideal road conditions. So you can not say that autonomous vehicles or autonomous driving could be used at real how can I say, real situations, because we know all roads all over the world are in very different conditions, very different mixtures of asphalt, bitumen, concrete, and so on. Markings, lanes, traffic signs, it's very, very different, and it will be very difficult to have some unique and the uniform and the universal recommendation for drivers, or especially for autonomous devices in self-driving cars. So if we could get this data in one big database, and or local database, depends on where we are and where we're driving, we could be we can have a very, very how can I say, useful tool for real-time alarm and real-time reacting of all traffic participants. This is images. There are some images about self-driving cars. This is experimental cars used by Uber and Volvo and Ford, the companies that already have implemented these automatic devices in cars. But as everything. Because this is, how can I say, remote controlling and remote sensing devices, they depend on weather conditions also, like fog, like snow, rain, and all these weather conditions could be decrease the possibility of decision making in this intelligent system of those cars. In general, autonomous driving systems should be improved. The concept of smart cities. Smart cities is a concept that making all of us in big cities, in big how can I say, big moving of people and cars and vehicles. We have to have help from these systems to get this reaction of us or other traffic participants at the time, and to get already road safety concept to be on the highest level. Internet of Vehicles is so-called global network. It's we could say it's a part of Internet of Things that we already speaking about. We have already spoke about several times in the past. But Internet of Vehicles is a relatively new term, and it is used for support of V2V or V2 some kind of nodes communications that could be support for improving road safety concepts. Also, the smart sensors network that we could be used over this global network is very great solutions, and if we have much more smart devices who can give us some parameters from environmental conditions, we have a more precise decision making process, and we have more precise information about environment, and we could say that we will have appropriate reaction of traffic participant. Of course, cloud systems is the basics of this concept, and it will be used as support for appropriate reaction for. As I said already, unwanted scenario is very, very important to avoid actually to avoid unwanted scenario that could happen on the road or pavement on every area that could connect it to the road network. Speaking of this, it leads us to the new generation of mobile networks, to 5G, 6G, 7G, and so on, because the engineers, the telecommunication engineers already work of highest generation and so on and so on. You know, the higher the G, the higher the broadband transfer rate. It is most important thing for young people, for as we can say, digital generation. They are almost totally depend on this broadband transfer rate, because they exchange between themselves many informations, images, videos, clips, video clips, and everything else. So this is maybe the most important for them. But there are any other advantages besides these gigabits per second and more over wireless systems. There are some kind of I think a really good principle, because antennas for the 5G and so on are the smaller. The cells they are covered are smaller. The greater number of participants or customers will be covered with these antennas. And maybe the most important thing, if we cover the smaller area, you could have the smaller power radiation around this antenna. So the power radiation is very important for the heating of, you know, on organization. We already know that mobile phone and everything else by themselves are already heat the tissue there, but it is the effect on a surface of our body, as we know yet today. But in every mobile scenario, the main goal is to have a lower power and lower irradiation and lower heating of the body when using this kind of services and so on, if everything is connected to these services. But the most important fact in this new generation network is the how can I say, the delay or the perception level is very low. If we can say that human perception is about 100 to 200 milliseconds, this is decreasing. In this technology, it's decreased to several milliseconds. So it is very close to and better than a human system. So if we can speak about introducing and implementing intelligent systems over this kind of network, it will be very close to human system and reaction and everything that a human can do. Of course, when I spoke about autonomous vehicles, perhaps that will be maybe one of the biggest breakthrough to come of the 5G, because that Internet of Vehicles things and Internet of Vehicles concept, it will be probably it will be the huge change about using of 5G. Besides that, we have possibility to connection smart devices into the network, also to interconnect between several smart devices that could be lead to a very good overall monitoring of some systems of some interesting systems. For example, health monitoring, body area network, personal area network. You have today some sport devices to measuring. You know, we already wear these watches and everything that could be helpful to take into account our calories, our sport activities and everything. Also, health monitoring is very of the highest importance to share with the doctors and to share with the medical institutions to monitor the patients. And especially in today's era of COVID-19, you have to be maybe in some areas you have to be monitored during whole day, 0 to 24 hours a day. So it will be the great challenge of take into account this parameter of personal health. We could say that the new generation of mobile networks definitely will create the real-time environments because of these smart devices connections and sensor networks, and it will be a very great possibility to use artificial intelligence close to human intelligence. Some problems in some intelligence system that we already used is, for example, body temperature monitoring is a little bit complicated in a sense of diagnostic conclusion, because we already know if one have higher body temperature, maybe he has the COVID-19. It is not true, of course. The doctors will know that it can be a consequence of all other health problems. So the decision about that have to be improved. Also, face recognition. We already have the video surveillance systems, and if you're wearing masks, it will be very complicated to detect people, to detect the face. So some of ideas is to detect and to recognize the body behavior recognition. For example, one have different steps of left hands, other to right hands, and body movement is different from person to person. So we can improve these recognition systems to body behavior recognition. Also, biometric recognition, if we wear gloves and eye protection panels and everything else, it is difficult to make a biometric recognition. And maybe some ideas is to illumination frequency change, to angles of illumination, and the power of source, light source to recognize the biometric parameters. Also, autonomous driving, the plan is to use autonomous driving as maybe autonomous buses, and we have already autonomous trains in some big cities. So autonomous buses, or how can I say, a group of passengers, you have to avoid the some kind of how can I say? You have to avoid their behavior that could be a danger for each other, or in personal health state. And the final subject in this talk is a little bit how can I say, focus on economics, because I'm sure that Dr. Khader Sharma remembered that last December we have in London, in a conference in London, with a paper with the impact of the new financial crisis on equities and cryptocurrencies. That is, in this paper, we concluded that the next financial crisis will strike by the end of 2020. At the moment, we didn't know anything about COVID-19 virus and everything like that. But in some statistical analysis, we conclude that at the end of this year, the financial crisis will strike. So maybe it's maybe it's how can I say, connected with COVID. Maybe it isn't connected with COVID. We can't say what is the main connection of this, but definitely we detected some kind of decreasing of all markets and financial trades and everything that connected with it. As I said, a year later, we are aware that this has happened, that we are already started the new financial crisis. So I hope that every one of you are not involved with this financial crisis, but we hope that it will be not so much effect on person. I think it will affect much more in a states or countries economics, but we cannot say at the moment. We cannot say something at the moment. We could just say that financial crisis already started, and according to this, the cryptographic techniques and digital currencies and so-called the blockchain principle of forming cryptocurrencies are maybe a temporary solution because they are not vulnerable to the market movements. So maybe the cryptocurrencies would be the next solution of financial and economics interchange and everything that should to be paid and transferred, money transfer maybe should go over the cryptocurrencies. It is hard to say, but for sure, this financial crisis will also be a crisis of confidence in fiat currencies, national currencies, national banks will also be in problem. We will see how big problem will be at every state, but maybe the cryptocurrencies would be the solution for store value, like some kind like before that we have a gold support for a country economics. I have to say that this kind of turnover hasn't happened since 3,000 years ago, since the metal money has introduced. So this will be maybe this will be one of the greatest financial change in the way of everyday life, and that is expecting us is next year. We hope that it will be not happen like this, but we cannot say for sure. Statistical data says that say that we will go into this financial crisis for sure. But how big it would be, we cannot say at the moment. As we can see now, for sure, for a lot of technological challenges and change are expecting us through the COVID and post-COVID era. If we go along with this change, we will catch, of course, the good perspectives and develop furthermore. As some of the speakers said before, we have to cross the ocean and to go beyond our limits to have the solutions that will be very useful for next everyday's life in next time. So thank you and say hello to everybody again.
Professor Nicola, thank you so much for this valuable and aptly related to the theme of the conference. Yes, exactly. I remember December 2019's event in London. And yes, of course, your predictions are very much visible now. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you. I hope we will see each other next in live.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So, Mihir, are you there? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there. I hope I'm audible now.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Mihir,
So do we take a break now?
Yeah, we are planning for a 30 minutes lunch break. Actually,
Yes, yes.
some of the participants have already requested. So, okay, I suppose we should reconnect at 3:30. So,
yes.
Yes, 3:30. 3:30.
okay. So,
Situ.
So if you want to keep connected, it's fine. So if you want to close the connection, you can rejoin again. But this main connection would be live until 3:30, and then we'll continue once we get back. Thank you. Yes, Professor Rama. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? We have this lunch break right now. So because we are connected 11:30 from this morning, so we'll be back in half an hour. So we are staying for a lunch break. Thank you.
सड़क ठीक है बाकी जयपुर में की हालत खराब होती है जयपुर निकलता दो लाख वाटी दुनिया को दो के नतीजा दो आग लगती है जयपुर में मछली स्टोर कौन है सुगंधी बढ़िया अब पे गया मैं कुछ दर्द नहीं ये घर में कल में ये बाजार घर लाल अर्जुन रे अच्छा आता मैं तो बाहर कैसे बढ़िया ये पूरा लाडली आगे लाडली पेंट पूरा बस क्या वाली लाडली
Okay, welcome back. I hope, yes, still the delegates are coming and rejoining. Hello, Gopal sir, how are you? Are you in travel? Sir, can you please unmute your mic, I suppose, yes.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the scholars to come here and give it.
Okay. Okay, so Mihir, can you please introduce sir and we can continue, I suppose.
Absolutely. Sir, is my voice audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, perfectly fine, Mihir. We can...
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much and welcome back after the lunch break. It's my privilege to speak about Dr. Ram Gopal Sharma. Sir is currently reader and head of department at Government IAS Bikaner, Rajasthan. He is a dedicated and a resourceful and a goal-driven professional teacher educator with a solid commitment to the social and academic growth and development of teachers, training teachers of English in various aspects of English teaching, and has been organizing several academic activities, including workshops, symposiums, seminars. Very privileged, he's also been the editor of the Rajasthan ELTI journal and has presented several papers in national and international seminars. Simultaneously, he has been teaching B.Ed and M.Ed students and is a research guide to PhD M.Ed students. His experience covers several decades and with a great amount of proficiency of communicative English. He has taught from lower, middle, intermediate to advanced assistant to later with preparation for various competitive examinations. On behalf of the Society of Academic Research, I welcome Dr. Ram Gopal Sharma sir, and I request him to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, I think you can continue.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to be with this galaxy of scholars, and simultaneously I'm on the way to Itanagar and then in my car, and then I'm grateful to all of you to have this opportunity. And then what I have listened through the innovative ideas regarding three terms: sense, and then innovation and challenges. And actually, we have got so many fantastic or first-hand knowledge regarding this term. Today, it is not possible for me to present through PPT, but I'll try to explain what comes in my mind. It is also an innovation. And it is also an innovation that going to journey and have opportunity to join this workshop. Actually, change is a universal. And innovation has to do something, attitude, mind map of the professionals for the betterment of teaching learning process. And it is not simply to do something new, but create something new. As Sonoshiva says, it is a creativity or creation. And that is possible in openness or autonomy of doers, that is also in a right direction. Innovation is a spontaneous activity which attracts the learners and also motivates them to create something of their own. And if we talk about classroom teaching, it allows learners to create something new of their own with collaboration. And it also motivates the learners to do something and then to indulge in useful work that will help in their learning. Learning becomes a fun, and then it is without burden, or learning becomes without burden. It results in an inner urge which enables the learners to work without any fatigue or boredom. And I do agree, innovation is an applied creativity, as Sonoshiva says, and then the terms task-based approach or activity-based teaching is possible through innovation. Then we have so many challenges to apply innovation in our teaching learning process. People don't want to, sometimes in some rural areas or most of the institutions, people don't want to change what is going on as it requires more efforts. And then we are traditional, and then we want to be on the same way on which we have been working. Those who want to be creative, sometimes they don't have opportunities. And then most of the teachers don't have access to modern technology or multimedia. And then some of them may have fear of failure. And due to this, they just want to restrict themselves with the traditional way of teaching. Then educational implication of innovation, that is very clear in the workshop, that learning friendly atmosphere can be created through innovation. And then if we want to innovative classroom, we should assure, or we must have, learners autonomy and change in evaluation pattern that is going on, and that should be changed from traditional to modern. And teachers should be resourceful, and task-based approach, activity-based teaching, and learning with fun. All these activities will help innovations and then plant some new ideas, create some new ideas in the mind of learners. Teachers should know how to teach before what to teach. And their effort of the teachers will help the learners to create something new. And this is all. But I'm sorry to say that I'm on the way, and some problem regarding the traveling and then all these things. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello, yes, sir. We can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
All these are my views on innovation and then challenges. And as I requested you that I'm on the way, and so it is not possible for me to present all the ideas and then to PPTs. So I will be with you 2 days, and then thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us a complete insight into what you really felt. I completely agree with the vision that as educator and as facilitators, we require to change and we require to really adapt. And I think as a teacher, we require to understand that today's education is going through a lot of change. And I think the best way to really connect with today's youth is we require to really be very adaptive and get more innovations in our practices. So on behalf of the Society of Academic Research, I thank you once again for giving your expertise, and we thank you for your connection with us. Thank you so much, sir, and have a safe trip, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Dr. Sharma, is maybe proceed with the next invited talk. Is it okay?
Yes, it's okay. And then my pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Thank you so much. Mihir, can we please proceed with our final invited talk for today?
Mr. Sanjay, yeah. It's, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce our next invited speaker. Again, I hope I'm audible again for this. I invite Mr. Sanjay Shiva, currently serving as the branch secretary of Western Central Railway Employees Union, organizing secretary of the Hind Mazdoor Sabha Rajasthan. He's elected director of Jackson Cooperative Credit Society of Railways, multi-state cooperative society, and is currently working in the welfare of railwaymen and workers in the unorganized sector. I welcome you, sir, for this conference, and I leave the dais open for you to exchange your views with our participants. Over to Sanjay, sir. Sir, we can see you. You can.
I'm visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're visible. You're visible. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can comment.
Yes. 1 minute.
Sir, first of all, I suppose you will require to open the presentation in your laptop or PC you are using, and then simply click on share screen. And
Yeah, that's what I'm just having problem with. Am I visible?
Yes, sir, you're visible. Absolutely.
Okay. But actually, I'm not seeing myself. That's what I'm having some problem.
Maybe
so
please click on
first time. Actually, I'm using it first time.
So you require to click on, there is an icon down on the bottom of the screen. It says start video. You require to just click that. You will be able to see yourself.
It's a video like that.
Yeah, you just, but in case you do not wish to, we can see you. So you can begin. That should not be a problem.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice. So, first of all, I would like to thanks everyone of IAARHIES team, and I would also like to share my experiences over here, and starting with this. Yeah, starting with this. Are you following with? Yeah. Slideshow. इसको पहले accept करना पड़ेगा. I'm taking help of my son actually now. Yeah. Now is it visible? Everything?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir.
Ah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, First of all, I am introducing myself with the picture only. You can see this is my organization, from which we are doing now, right now. And if you go in the next picture, this is the picture which was picture of yesterday, which we demonstrated over here. And the main cause of this demonstration was the privatization in Indian Railways. We all love Indian Railways. And what about talking about this privatization in Indian Railways? We all know that in earlier times, we used to get reservations from the ticket window, and we used to get in the lines, in the queues, and we wait for hours to get a simple reservation. And if we have to get a reservation for onward journey or for a return journey, then it will be a very much challenge for us. And if we are going with our family, then it's a very much difficult for us. The thing is now changed. Now, after this computer has arrived, all the reservation pattern has changed. Now we can get our reservation on our mobile phone also. We can get it on our computer. Onward journey or return journey or wherever we can go. It's very simple now. And if we talk about this, that the change has really for good. But here I am talking about that not everything changes for good. As in case of privatization in Indian Railways. As we will be going forward, now there is a question, who is affected for this privatization? You all must know that everyone over here, see, workers, youth, women, students, backward and deprived class, senior citizens, sportsmen, artists, patients of chronic diseases, physically challenged, freedom fighters, and even businessmen, which I haven't written over here, and many others also. What in these cases? Especially if we talk about businessmen, how businessman is affecting? If we see, if he's transporting his goods through railways and he's getting his good in a higher cost, the cost will generally be increased, and it will affect his margin profit. And if his margin profit is affected, you can say all of us, the whole country will be affected with this. So it is very much affected. And the next, I would like to tell about some background of this Indian Railways. As you all know, it started in 1853. It's a lifeline of India. What's this lifeline? It's stretched all over the country, even in the remote areas, from north to south, east to west. It's all spread all over the country, and it's called a lifeline of India. It's one of the 4th largest railway network in the world. And if you talk about government industries, this is the largest government industry in the world, I would like to say, where more than 20 million people daily travel with this. As of March 29, 2019, rolling stock consisted of 2,89,185 freight wagons, 74,003 passenger coaches, and 12,147 locomotives in this entire Indian Railways, providing transportation to the commonmost people of country at a very low cost. If we compare it with the others, when we are traveling with the railways, Indian Railways, for just say for 500 kilometers like that, then we'll see we are paying only 175 rupees like that for this travel. And if it just in a city goes to a nearest railway station, if we are 20 to 10 kilometers like that, we'll have to pay a taxi much more than this amount, more than 200 rupees, I could say. So by this, we can calculate that this is the most and very low cost transportation in our country. It also play a key role in Indian economy also. You know, before railway budget was a separate one, and now it has been combined with the national budget. It certainly play a key role in this Indian economy. And what do you think? What do you see here is that Indian Railways had always made a profits, never in loss. If we talk about in the operating ratio like that, we used to spend 98.4% of operating ratio. Like that, if we spend 98.4 paisa, then we can earn a 1 rupee note. So it's giving a profit only. It's not in the what you call it's not in a loss making industry. So Indian Railways is far ahead in comparison to all world. Now, what are the policies for privatization by government? I would like to say something over here. In 2014, government set up a high-level committee to modernize railways to world-class level, headed by Vivek Devaraj. This Vivek Devaraj was a IS, and he was a member of Niti Aayog that time. Now he is the economic advisor of Prime Minister Modi. And that time in 2014, this government set up this committee to just modernize railways. And what were the recommendations this committee gave? This committee give a gist of recommendations were that Indian Railways should focus on core activities to efficiently compete with private sector. It will distance itself from non-core activities such as running a police force, schools, hospitals, and production and construction units. They don't want railways to work in a business form. They wanted railways to rule. The main recommendation was the private sector should be allowed into running both freight and passenger trains in competition with Indian Railways. The private participation should also be allowed in various railway infrastructure services and non-core activities like production and construction. So these were the recommendations given by this committee. And if we talk in a gist, the committee recommended to hand over railway stations, production units, passenger trains, dedicated freight corridors, Concor, IRCTC, and vacant lands to private companies. And with all this, now government has announced permission to 100% of FDIs in all these activities. In 2019, government started amending labor laws, the laws which protect labor rights. Labor rights, you all know, these are the hurdles before government face before them, because they know that they cannot change in a one day or like that. They cannot privatize easily, particularly in India, with the help of these particular laws, which is protecting labor rights. So they want first to change these, to amend these laws according to them, so that they can move on without any hindrance. They started corporation of production units, running of private trains. You know, Tejas, one from Lucknow to New Delhi and another from Maharaja Shivaji Terminal, Mumbai to Karmali, like that. It was semi-high speed trains, fully air conditioned, giving all the pretty things to the passengers, like that. And government claims over here that privatization will maintain punctuality and good services, and so have given speed to all these proposals. As you know, nowadays Corona is going on very much, and every person is having problems with the Corona. Around millions of our youth have lost their jobs. Many of them are just waiting for, many of them are just getting their, just in demand for their jobs, and everyone is in trouble. And this time government has chosen to sell Indian Railways to corporates. And if you say about the corporates, that are not for any corporate, for specific corporates, just like Ambani, Adani, like that. They are just their favorite corporates, I would like to say. Now, to run 151 private trains, this is also, proposal is moved on, just to run 151 private trains in 12 clusters, including Bangalore, Chandigarh, Jaipur, Delhi, Mumbai, Patna, Prayagraj, Secunderabad, Vijayawada, Howrah, Chennai, Trivandrum, like that. They have divided in all Indian Railway into clusters, and there they will move these trains privately. And what about the another thing is that they are privatizing the production units. And here what I am talking about are the drawbacks of this privatization. If you see, many of the countries which used to privatize their railways like that, they have failed. If we take example of Great Britain, what happened there? In 1994, their government, first this railway was in the hands of government in Britain. But in 1994, they started privatization. They cut off into the railways into pieces like that. The whole network was divided and was given to the private players. But in 2020 or 2021, there were few accidents. And in these accidents, this network crashed down. And it was a very big debate on media as well as in political also, that what's happening in Great Britain about taking this railways, because there was no safety or security like that. The private players which were handling these railways, they all went away just when the accident came. So it was a challenge for them also. So there is also a very good debate on this. And lots of examples in industrial accidents. We find many industrial accidents in privatization, particularly in particular private trains like that. And what about the private owners? And when private owners take the thing in their hand, the first thing is they neglect labor, their money, their health. They don't care about that. And public security in an attempt to make the movement. And they neglect even public security also, just to make an attempt for making money. So these are some drawbacks. And what are the possible impacts? I have written over here. So when we talk about Indian Railways, so Indian Railways production units manufacture diesel and electric locomotives and bogies at a very low cost, which private players cannot make it. Because Indian Railways, when manufacturing, simply take an example of locomotive, it's just around 4 to 5 crore like that. amount. And if we purchase it from the different country like that, or from a private player which is outside our country, it costs around 10 to 12 crore. So this just has increased the money thrice like that. So in India, we are manufacturing these locomotives and these bogies at a very low cost. And if we give it to the private players, then they will not be able to manufacture at this cost. And if we say that Indian Railways charges fare from passengers by giving subsidy of 47%, and what's 47%? They are just charging 53% of us. The whole fare is subsidized around 47%. So that's the private players will not be giving us. And if we talk about large number of jobs that were given by railways will be outsourced to contractors. Contractors will give the jobs in railways. And what will happen? If you see, take example of Indian Railways just right now. Track is ours. Track is for Indian Railways. Bogies are of Indian Railways. Even driver and guards who are driving the train are from Indian Railways. And they have kept few, what you call, just like in flights, air hostess, they have put the name train hostess like that. Put some in the IRCTC trains, Tejas. So what they were doing? They were just paying only 5 to 10,000 like that to each employee, and they are working for all things. How to greet the passengers, they were trained like that, and for that they are charging much more. And now we talk about the jobs which will be given to less qualified with 1/4 of pay. Yes, they will not pay the whole amount which we are giving in particular in the existing railways. They will just be now if we give an employment to a class 4 worker in Indian Railways, we see we are giving it 25,000 starting like that. But when it comes to a private sector, then the amount will go just 7 to 8,000 like that only, and he have to work even harder for that. And if we compare of existing employee, where the motto will be, the motto of the private players will only be to earn money, and safety and security will be their last priority. And if we talk about the train fares will just be doubled or even tripled, I would like to say. And dynamic fares, just like in aeroplanes, you see, there are dynamic, if we are having a holidays like that or vacations, they won't be giving us a subsidy like that, or they will not be giving us some rebate like that. They'll be charging much higher, and that will be very impossible for the local persons. Train travel difficult for poor and common middle class. Yes, it will be very difficult because they only earn very few they used to earn, and there are many. If you see in India, much are in below poverty line. And when we talk about train, we'll see it will be the, what you say in Hindi, that Durgi Kodi like that. They'll see train like that. And if we talk about the concessions, there will be no concession for students. The students who goes daily to visit their schools like that, to their hostels, just now we are providing them the passes and heavy concessions for their travel. And some deprived class students, when they are giving examinations, like to compete in for particular courses like that, they are given a free to fare to travel distance from their home. So that's a very good which Indian Railways are giving them. There is no subsidy in fare for senior citizens. There will be no subsidy. Senior citizens which we are giving 50% subsidy, they will not give. Private players will not give them. Sports players, when they are going to play outside somewhere in the tournament or like that, they will not be given any subsidy. If we talk about artists, if they are going to perform something, they will not be given any concessions. Freedom fighters, we are giving freedom fighters a pass, simple, that they can travel without getting their load on the money on their pockets. And especially talking about press media, they will also be prepared here. And daily travelers, most of them are traveling daily from one place to another for their jobs like that. So they will also be not given any type of relaxations and any concessions like that. Handicapped and patients of chronic diseases, they will not be given any concessions, which now we are giving them. Especially for MLA MP also, now I'm talking about them also. MLA MP are also given free fees to travel all around India and their places. No reservation quota and separate coaches for ladies and handicaps. What we see here, there will be no reservation quota. Now you always find that there are some seats reserved for ladies and for handicaps also, and there are separate coaches also, especially for ladies, where ladies are traveling in a mass. Just you see in Mumbai like that, many of the ladies are traveling and in the ladies coaches like that, and no preference seats for senior citizens. And if we see that for senior citizens, there will be no seats as a preference, that lower berth. Now in the Indian Railways, we are giving lower berth for senior citizens. They are earmarked for them. But in private players, they will not be giving this also facility to senior citizens also. And above all, the exploitation. As you all know, exploitation of staff will be on the high, and no social security. As you all know, we are giving each of the railway person a social security, and whoever is joining the railways is only the motto that he will be socially secure like that. So now, what is their thing which I want to conclude is that what is the change? Change is good, but not like on this. Because if we talk about this, all things, the negative aspect of this change in Indian Railways, if we get into the private sector, then all these things will come in, and it will mark a question upon that. That what will be the change? What will it help a common man? And if we just take the example of Great Britain, what I'm talking about here, then we should think over it, and the government should think over it before implementing this privatization in Indian Railways. So I'm ending over here. So I would like to thanks once again my all IAARHIES team and all the delegates over here, participants and everyone over here. Thank you. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. I must tell you that we are, at least I especially, who I'm speaking right now, I'm here from Mumbai, and I can really tell you that the lifeline of we Mumbaikars are literally the local trains. And for the past 6 months, the local trains have not been functioning. We are actually having such a big problem, but I'm sure that this is a different insight that has been given to us, and I'm sure that things would be perfect and we'll get back to our normalcy. So thank you so much, sir, once again for presenting such a wonderful presentation, and we'll move ahead right now with the next part of our presentation. We are done with the invited talks right now, and we shall now move on with the paper presentation. We have 2 more
Here, can you please allow me for a moment?
Yes, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So thank you, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable talk. Here, I'm also want to express my concern, personal concern actually. We were having Dr. Mihir's presentation a short while ago. but unfortunately there were some technical glitches and his voice went off, so he couldn't complete. May I again invite Dr. Mihir Kalambi to complete his presentation, and then Mihir's presentation will be followed by our delegates presentation who have submitted their proposal for today's conference. Over to you, Mihir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I also request Mr. Siva sir, can you please off your presentation, sir? Share screen. So once you close your share screen, so okay.
Sir, I think the screen share is still on. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay. So once again, a very good evening to everyone. I'm really sorry for the last times we had the internet connection over here. I promise not to make it really very boring and take you all down through a fantastic presentation. I am self-proclaiming it to be a fantastic presentation. Hopefully you all will enjoy it as much as what I have when I prepared it for you. Let's just speak about this whole entire concept of today's conference. What exactly is the main theme of today's conference? Embracing change, innovation, and challenges. I gave you a complete idea about what exactly I meant when it means to embrace change, how things have really changed as far as I am concerned, what were the various challenges that we face. But let me tell you one thing, I have been working both in the corporate sector as well as in the education sector, and I've met both the kind of people. There is one simple aspect that I really want to inform each one of y'all is today. How do human beings and how as people, how does a human resource in any organization play a very important role? If you want to embrace change, you require to get that change within your team. You require to facilitate that kind of change. And once that facilitation really happens, there are different parameters that are apparently provided. And these parameters would really help us to really move ahead and get a better understanding of what things are all about. I spoke to you all about at 1:30 and I told you that we are currently living in an absolutely complex world. We are at the cusp of a transformational change. Let it be education, let it be technology, let it be medicine, let it be art, let it be science, let it be commerce. Each and every field is going through a diverse change. It is going through a complete transformation. In this transformation, what is absolutely important for all of us is the necessity and the willingness and the ability and the will to adapt with that change. We have to understand that tomorrow's world, and in fact, even today's world, gets us to a concept of VUCA world. I love this concept. I have to understand and make people understand that we live in an environment which is so very, very complex. Did we even hear of the word coronavirus in 2019? Did we also hear of the term COVID-19 in 2019? We did not hear of this terminology. Gone are those days, you know, when we felt life would be very easy. I think the new norm is now wearing a mask and probably walking forward. Social distancing is going to be the new norm. This is what brings us to a very important topic of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. As individuals, as researchers, as team members, as team players, as facilitators, and as leaders or as entrepreneurs, if we want to embrace change, there are a few things that from the corporate point of view we should keep in mind. And let me tell you a very simple suggestion for this. I don't know how many of you all know this. We have a very famous businessman in our country whose name is Mukesh Ambani. So he is, if you all have heard of the Reliance Group of Industries, the son of Dhirubhai Ambani is Mukesh Ambani. When Mukesh Ambani came back from Stanford University, his father, he asked his father that, Dad, I have now come back from Stanford University. I've got the best education. I've got the best qualifications. I'm going to be joining our company from tomorrow. So please tell me what's going to be my role at our organization. So his father told him, if you want to be told what has to be done, you're going to become a manager. And if you want to become an entrepreneur, you will figure out what has to be done. This is the basic difference between a manager and an entrepreneur. What I'm trying to tell everyone over here who are present over here, all the wonderful participants, learn to get that entrepreneurial skill within you. Learn to understand one thing, that if you want your team to change and if you want them to embrace that change, you have to take differently, you have to behave differently, and your approach has to be different. The way you embrace and the way you engulf things is very different. Let's remember one thing, leaders are not different, they do things differently. Moving forward and giving you a little bit more introduction into something like this, let's understand one thing. Today's business has gone through a complete transformation. Today's business has gone through a complete change. It is not how big you are, how great you are, how magnanimous you are is very important. It is how adaptive you are, how innovative you are, and how fast you are, for which speed becomes extremely essential. It is very important for each one of us to develop and adapt with the speed. The volatility with which the world today is changing and the volatility with which the world is probably marching ahead, we have to equip ourselves today itself. We've got to make ourselves ready for the century, because tomorrow's world is absolutely difficult. And if I, as a corporate, or I as a corporate trainer, there are a few points that I tell my team to understand when they want to make a few changes. If you want the organization to grow, if you want to grow, one, we have learned of this topic, you have to understand the concept of teamwork and relationship building. I'll give you a simple example in this. I think you can see my 5 fingers over here. 5 fingers, they are not the same, but still my hand moves. 5 people in the organization are not the same, still the organization has got to move. This is what teamwork and relationship building means. Coming together, moving together, developing this cohesiveness is something which is very important. If you want your organization to move forward, and in case being educators, in case you want your children to do really well, you require to tell them, if you want to stand in the world tomorrow, and if you want to embrace this ever-changing world, innovation comes with change in behavior and in relationship building. You have to understand that today you've got to emotionally connect with people, which gets me to the next slide. There are only 4 more slides and I'll be done with this. Another thing that becomes very important is, Garima ma'am spoke about how your emotions, how your understanding plays a very important role. Today's things are going very, very different. We are living in such a world wherein frustration becomes so important. As leaders, as educators, as academicians, as entrepreneurs, as managers, as businessmen, please understand one thing. If you want to get that change, you require to emotionally connect with people. Not everybody is the same, and not everybody has the same emotional and the understanding quotient as what you have got. Today's world is so different. Embracing and moving together and getting everybody on the same page means understanding a person's emotions. So please learn to facilitate one thing within everyone. That emotional touch and that emotional understanding is very, very there. If you realize, when I spoke about my journey from a Mihir Kalambi to a Dr. Mihir Kalambi over here, I was very emotional when I was thanking Dr. Hardev Sharma. I was absolutely emotional when I was connecting with him. That's the emotional connect that one should really have, not only with himself, but also with the whole entire organization. And that's the way a whole entire organization really develops. Because once you develop that connection, your judgment and decision making becomes very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, it is extremely important for us to understand, be the change that you want to see in the world. And if you want to be the change that you want to see, your thinking, your capacity to articulate, your capacity to really churn your mind plays a very important role, which gets me to the second last slide, and which tells me, in case you want to get a change and you want people to change, you have to reflect. You have to do a SWOT analysis, as what is rightly said. If I point a finger at you, I have 4 fingers pointing back at me. Where is the self-reflection? This self-reflection plays a very important role. Having that balance and humility and the humanity, the humane approach is something which is very important. Why do organizations fail? Why do teams break? It is also because of the lack of emotional connect and the emotional understanding. It is very easy to say bye to people, but if you say one organization, one language, one organization, one language and one culture, in order to get that and to make people understand your vision, you require to connect emotionally with the people. Hence, if I'm all trying to tell you, all of us who are here today are born leaders. We are born entrepreneurs. We have to walk on such a path that people look up to us. We have to walk up to a path where in today's world, you being the captain of the ship, you being a person who really knows how to take things, you are at the helm of everything, you are the leader of everything. Please remember one thing, the future is all yours. Y'all are the one who are creating your teams. Y'all are the one who's going to create the whole entire team. Let's convert that volatility into a vision. Let's convert uncertainty into understanding, complexity into clarity, and ambiguity into agility. It is only when we are really able to do these things, we are able to innovate. we are able to perform, we are able to reflect about what we've done. And of course, let's learn to be risk takers. You cannot embrace a risk and you cannot embrace a change without risk taking. These parameters play an extremely important role. So innovation, performing, reflection, and risk taking are also one of the most important vital parameters towards embracing change and getting a change, not only in yourself, but in an overall perspective. And again, towards the end, I would like to say, it's very easy for you to say, we require to make a change. You require to introspect, you require to move ahead, you require to have that self-belief, you require to emotionally connect, require to have a SWOT analysis. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing. If you want to embrace that change, if you want to innovate, if you want to make your ideas reach somebody else, you have to change yourself. It is only when the true reflection happens within can that be really exhibited outside. And as what we rightly said, we are moving towards October and we are moving towards Gandhi Jayanti, who says, be the change that you want to see in the world. If we want to embrace the change, we have to be the change within ourselves. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, a small 5-6 minute small talk that I really wanted to connect with each one of you. And let me tell you one thing, learn to be entrepreneurs, learn to be different people, and learn to be changes, learn to have that vision in mind, because nobody can make a change but you. Nobody can embrace a change but you. Nobody can connect but you, and nobody can pull your vision but you. It is you, and totally you. And with you and me, it becomes an us together. So thank you very much once again for this patient listening. And without much ado, I am sure we have been connected ever since 11 o'clock. So I completely understand the sessions have been going way beyond time. I am going to stop share screening right now. And meanwhile, I would like to present our next presenter, Ms. Sudarshana ma'am, to kindly move ahead with her presentation, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, it's a very, it's very pleasing for me that you have at least completed your presentation today. Technical issues, we can understand, it happens.
Thank you.
Also, again, sincerely very thankful to Professor Rava, who had been connected with us throughout the day today. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We'll have a couple of more presentations. The delegates who have submitted their valuable research with us for today's conference, they will be presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonu ma'am. You've always been very kind.
Sonu ma'am, it's all, today's conference is product from Sonu ma'am. So
absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
3 cheers to ma'am. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. 3 cheers. So she's the true leader. She's made us embrace those changes. So yes. So sir, can we move ahead with the next?
Yes, please, Mayor. Can you please invite our next presenter?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Moving on, we have 2 more presentations, dear participants. May I please invite Sudarshana Bishnoi to please move ahead with her presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you. Yes.
Just a minute. I'm interfering. I think that this session will be chaired by Shamta Chaudhary, and let's welcome her for that.
Okay, Shamta ma'am is okay. Already, ma'am is already here with us, connected. Over to Shamta ma'am.
Can we go ahead with the presentation?
Okay, it's Shamta here. I think that maybe she's not here. So let's start with the presentation. First presentation, that's Sudarshana.
I'm very much here.
We were waiting to listen from you, Shamta. Now the session is all yours. Huh?
Hey, the session is of everybody. I think all the participants are there or not?
Yeah, they are. I think Sudarshana is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Rajesh over here? Yeah, Rajesh is also over here. So And where are the others? Hardev, just have a check.
In my list, the schedule which I got, Jordan is the person who will be speaking. Ishpreet Kaur, Sandeep Kumar, are they there?
Sorry, we will be having.
Sudarshana.
Yeah,
Sudarshana.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Rajesh,
Yes,
only
ma'am.
2 more presentations for today's schedule.
Okay. So can we go ahead with Sudarshana? She can present her paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Please.
ma'am.
And what time duration
Can I?
has to be given to the presenters?
It's 15 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. So I think Rajesh ji and Sudarshana ji must have got the point that in 15 minutes you have to read the paper and wind it up also.
Okay.
So over to
Thank
you,
you.
Sudarshana.
Yes. Good afternoon to all of you, first of all. Hello.
Hello.
Am I
We
audible?
can hear
Am
you.
I
Yes,
audible?
yes. Yes.
Okay. So I am pursuing PhD research in the under the supervision of wonderful personality, as we all know, the Beauty with Brain here, one and only Dr. Sonu Shah, ma'am. Am I audible to all? Hello.
You are audible. Yes.
Carry on.
Carry on.
Okay. So the title of my proposed paper today is the cinematic transcreation of Ismat Chughai's Lihaf into Deepa Mehta's film Fire, and it's a oral presentation. So all we know that cinema is a new art form, also known as moving picture, films and movies, came out at the end of the 19th century. It has enormous mass appeal. However, in recent times, cinema is repeatedly interfacing with the life and literature in an expeditiously reconstruction cultural context. It is a significant medium of entertainment also. Cinema has received the challenge of portraying the terrifying occurrence of all kind of domestic and communal violence, women exploitation and terrorism issues like nationalism and protection of human rights beyond the national borders. Cinema is one of the most popular resources of information, communication and entertainment today. Now, literature is not confined to only written texts. So this research paper aims to do a comparative study of the short story Lihaf by Smith Chughtai, who was an Indian Urdu language novelist, and its cinematic adaptation into First Element trilogy Fire in 1996 by Deepa Mehta, an Indo-Canadian filmmaker and scriptwriter and producer. This paper also explores agencies and the daily resistances of women in their private spaces and the ways they deal the religious, colonial and nationalist discourses in colonial and post-colonial India. This paper also examines Deepa Mehta's first trilogy Fire and its contestation and exploration of colonial and anti-colonial religious and national ideologies as intersecting with patriarchal norms to enact symbolic and actual violence on the bodies of women. Mehta's trilogy focuses the ways in which patriarchal nationalism authorizes violence against women's sexualities and bodies through different cultural and social practices and discourses which are mutually connected. It explains the contemporary and historical contexts of Indian women's domination and the ways they oppose this domination. Short story Lihaf was published in 1942 in an Urdu journal, Adab-e-Latif. It led Ismat Chughtai to much controversy and an obscenity trial by the Lahore High Court in 1944. She wrote it 2 months before her marriage, which is considered one of the most controversial works ever written. Instead of an apology and pay the fine, she chose to fight the case in the court. The final verdict went in her favor as the story does not make any explicit of sexual activity, a lesbian relationship, or any obscene words, and this story is told from the perspective of a small girl. She writes in her autobiography, Kagji Hai Pehran, that her mind was an ordinary camera that records reality as it is. So she wrote about the homoerotic relationships because she is aware of these kind of relationship exists confined within the four walls of the house, which seems reasonable from outside. She depicts that marriage sometimes and treats just like harassment and agreement rather than the mingling of two souls. Sometimes this kind of relation is carried not as a matter of affection and love, but as a burden in the form of frustration and dissatisfaction. The task, duties, and responsibilities between two persons for each other are not performed for mutual understandings, but only for the sake of the reputation of their families in society. Nawab, in her story, married to Begum Jan for this reason and confined her into the four walls of the house and never bothered about the sexual expectations of his wife. He imprisoned the young girl to fulfill the social obligations of marriage, although knowing the fact that he would never be able to fulfill the sexual needs of a wife. This oppression can lead a young woman into a sense of loneliness, frustration, and depression. While Nawab fulfills his homosexual desires, she sees this from the chinks in the drawing room, which makes her feel like rolling on a bed of hot coals. She feels heartbroken, but Chuttai does not leave her in this condition for a long time, but allows her to make a bold choice to fulfill her sexual desires with Rabu, the maid servant. When Rabu goes on leave, Begum Jan feels so restless. She enjoys the touch of Rabu's tiny hands on her body, pretending of itching on her back. Although it's an unnatural way, she rejects the human-made rules, patriarchy systems, customs, and traditions for her sexual satisfaction. The Indo-Canadian writer, the director of the film Fire, Deepa Mehta, is also aware of this. So the reason she always chooses these topics that need social reform. Deepa Mehta also received violent criticism because of the representation of a homoerotic relationship between two middle-class Hindu sister-in-laws in India. After the 3 weeks of screening Fire in 1996 in Bombay and New Delhi, some Hindu fundamentalists accused Mehta of corrupting tender minds which would spoil women, and these kinds of relationships are not a direct expression of Indian culture. Shiv Sena had said that if women are going to fulfill their physical needs through this unnatural way or lesbian act, then the concept of marriage will collapse and order of reproduction will stop. Chuktai depicts the cultural and psychological problems a woman suffers after her marriage by portraying the role of Begum Jan, which not only presents a woman but whole communities. She raises the question of sexual discrimination. She introduces new woman where the patriarchy nurtures the male hierarchy and represses the female sexuality. She frankly writes her views on relationships, love, man, sex, violence, religion, and tradition, and in it the gender issues. This work reveals a discourse of self-consciousness about women's identity and sexuality. For this, she is known as the unself-conscious feminist, where she is doing all the things but liberated from the India that she is doing something extraordinary. Lihaf is based on the patriarchal Muslim background in Agra, where fire represents patriarchal Hindu ideology. There is not any similarity in the plot of the stories, but however, both writers raise the same kind of issues of patriarchal system of Indian culture and homoerotic desires that conceal behind the four walls of the house. Both are interested in women's identity and agency, their homoerotic desires, which is neither Western nor traditional Indian, but located in the current social context of our country, which is a fluidity of traditional Indian and modern Western social practices. The time frame of Chuktai and Mehta is before independence and modern India respectively, but now homosexuality is a subject to local and global influences that are negotiating women's issues in the politics of post-colonial nationality. Mehta and Chuktai in different time frame focus on the woman and their identity, which is constructed in the colonial and post-colonial Indian nationalist patriarchal minds. Ismat Chuktai and Mehta resist patriarchal identity of woman as a mother and a wife, sister, and instead of that, she portrays woman's homoerotic desires and sexuality through the homosocial sphere, which disrupts the power and dominance of patriarchy in the Indian context. By portraying a homosexual relationship between Radha and Sita, the sister-in-law, and Begum Zan and Rabu, Begum and the maid, these woman protagonist not only challenge patriarchal mindset, normative discourses of women's desires and sexuality in India, but also pose an option queer sexuality to heteronormativity. Homosexual relationship of Radha and Sita, Begum Jan and Rabu give a new definition of family, home, nation, and sense of belonging for a non heteronormative subject in India. Radha and Sita and Begum Jan and Rabu's relationship in the private home sphere reconstructs the heterosexual natural of home and family as sites of intense sexual desires and new ways of being. In many ways, these women, characters of Mehta and Chuktai, negotiate their sense of belonging of family, home, nation, and express their desires, identities, agencies, make it clear that they transform their forced exiles and imprisonments into sites of resistance. The characters of Deepa Mehta undoubtedly engage in questioning of stable, homogeneous gendered identities. They show cultural confrontations and conflicts within Indian culture and local issues of Indian culture by relating Indian culture to global culture and the idea of modernization. Radha and Sita are married to brother Ashok and Jatin, respectively, in a Hindu joint family in New Delhi. Both sister-in-law are expected to conform to the traditional familial norms and duties such as religious rituals by fasting for their husband's longevity, taking care of their elder mother-in-law, and by helping their family food business where they are assigned to cook. On the other hand, Ashok spends most of the time with Hindu Swami who says him to live in celibacy to seek eternal truth. For this purpose, he examines his power of restraining all kinds of sexual arousals by sleeping beside his infertile wife Radha every night. Jatin is already involved in an extramarital affair with a modern Chinese girl, Julie. He married to Sita because of family pressure, because his mother and brother want to continue the family name by reproducing a baby boy. If one sees from outside of the four walls of a home, everything seems ordinary and reasonable. But if someone looks closely into the home sphere, a different interpretation emerges. In the works of both the writer, women's bodies plays essential roles in patriarchal nationalist discourses. In Lihaf, Nawaz Sahib can invite his slender-waisted boys, but Begum Jan is not allowed to go outside the home. On one hand, this film represents the portrayal of traditional joint family structure and Ashok's celibacy practices, and on the other hand, regulations on women's life through religious norms. Ashok controls the whole family and Radha's choice and sexual freedom, although he does not seem to be very violent. On the other side, he attends the celibacy to acquire eternal truth. So Mehta indirectly criticizes its Voices middle class hypocrisy concerning patriarchy by portraying Ashok as very calm and rational but dominating. Deepa Mehta demonstrated how Sita and Radha's homoerotic relationship is considered as a threat to the nationalist and patriarchal construction of family, home, and nation. The religious attitudes and patriarchal nationalists towards the women's non-heteronormative sexualities are portrayed through Ashok's cruelty. Then Ashok comes to know about the lesbian relationship between Radha and Sita. He says to Radha, "Look, Radha, what I saw in the bedroom is the sin of eyes of God and man. Maybe Swamiji can help you. Desire brings to ruin." When Radha criticizes Ashok for his sexual control, Ashok continues, "What type of woman you are? Woman you are. You should be touching my feet and asking me to forgive you." When Radha continues to criticize Ashok for his celibacy, Ashok pushes Radha as she works in the kitchen, caught by fire. So the common theme of the film Fire and the short story Lihaf is female sexuality and women identity. Both of them first represent their woman characters' helplessness, frustration, loneliness, suppression, and depression. But then the proclamation of the liberation by developing forbidden relationships. Mehta has said, lesbianism is just another aspect of the film. It is probably the last thing they resort to when they derive certain confidence out of the relationship. Mehta says that film is all about the choices one makes in their life rather than a particular form of sexual preferences. Fire, the story of a middle-class Indian joint family, a concept utterly aligned to most Americans who allow children to incur debts at will, separate from the rest of the family's requirements. Even underage youth may carry credit cards in the United States, though parents can be forced to pay their bills. Individualism has its price, but there must be a compromise between our responsibility to the community and us as independent creative beings. Fire is so skillfully written by Mehta, so complete in its characterization and its trajectory that she has obfuscated our cultural limitations, leaving us with no doubt about the repression, contempt, sorrow, and bareness lived by this clan and two women daughter-in-law, Radha and Sita, ensnared in a household when each other is consumed by narcissism. Mehta has drawn such a full picture that it would make no difference if the story took place on another planet. We feel the loneliness, desire, need, and cruelty at their core, and we root for the flowering of fulfillment by whatever means, however illicit. So, the Sita and Radha relationship shatters the male constructed roles for women. The film, in its way, questions the social norms which deny the individuality of women and discriminate against them on the grounds of morality. Their resistance involves in the form of female bonding. Its emotional and psychological selves are discovered through the physical. Deepa Mehta's film explores the socialization process and questions subordination or compliances to the norms defined by patriarchy. The women are placed center stage apart from the condition of victimhood and rebelliousness. The films also focus on transgressive behavior, which violates the norms of traditional morality and constitutes a deviation from the socially approved moral norms and sexual relationships. In Fire, Radha and Sita trespass into zones not acknowledged as legitimate and define a new relationship through individual questioning and go on to deconstruct the patriarchal situation. So the Mehta contends that the film about women's ability to make choices rather than a particular form of sexual preferences. In this way, we find much more in the film than the text. Mehta covers lots of topics in her script directly and indirectly. She not only raises the problems of the society, but brings them toward a solution and gives her audience new aspects of life. Chuktai is not only a prolific writer, but also a social reformer. In her story, she presents the aspects or issues of society and Mehta takes it to the happy ending. So Mehta and Chuktai both give a loud voice and choice to women who are suffering from these kinds of problems in their lives, shows gay and lesbian relationships as typical human traits than a taboo. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sudarshan. It was well written, and you could point out how Mehta and Chuktai could voice the women's plight, their agony, their voices could be heard. Means the silence was turned into the voice. Thank you, Sudarshana. I'll now request our second speaker, Dr. Rakesh Kumar.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are
Yes,
audible.
sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, Sonu, ma'am. There's no word to express my thanks for the contribution as a mentor, as a guide I have in my life. Like I mean, came in touch with Sonu, ma'am, and she just helped me grow as a student to a research scholar, and still I'm just in the process of learning. And the word she said that always give whatever you have to your students and always try to keep learning to give them something new. So I am in the process of learning, and I'm that awe-inspired from ma'am since I was, or from when I was in the beginning. So maybe I just commit mistakes while speaking and all that, but still I am here to present something different, incorporating human values in work from home and study at home culture. So the paper will be an oral communication, and this paper will present about the problems that people usually face while staying at home in the present situation. So thing is that the present day pandemic situation has brought people into situation where they have lost the most of distinguishing features. That means of being a man. And man is known as social animal, but now man has become a physically distant individual. So the news of rapidly increasing number of the patients, the lack of effective medication, in fact, the failure of, or you can say, lack of proper vaccine or delay in the production of the vaccine, information about the spreaders, super spreaders, and the awareness campaign, aggressive awareness campaign on television has brought a fear into our homes, while the social media has helped it into penetrate into our psyche. Further, the other exaggerated videos in which the maker was sharing the caring but frightening facts about the possible horrible impacts very aggressively made people more terror-stricken. Later on, during the lockdown, and people were made to stay at home for their family members and society's sake, the question of maintaining the effectiveness of several professional and academic work occurred. As a solution, work from home and study at home emerged as a reassuring answer. Instantly, the companies, the educational institutions, and other organizations started implementing it. Availability of 4G internet, latest smartphones, laptops, and other instruments, and the user-friendly video conferencing apps has made it possible for everyone to avail these facilities. And life became somewhat smooth as people were, though not going to their workplace, but not jobless, and life becoming somewhat easily manageable. But with the passage of time, the problems which have never been considered worthy to be recognized started emerging. Earlier, it was best said that the best part or best place to stay, even Icecic in the enterprise also mentioned that a home is the best place where we can stay. So it was just like that, but gradually things started changing. And we also conducted a survey through that Google form, and the survey was communicating about the problems in which people expressed their opinion about the experience during their work from home or stay at home activities. And most of them actually they agreed that even though they were excited in the beginning, but somewhere it was also a thing that they feel a lack of motivation in assigning or doing the assigned tasks. Along with that, there was also a question that do you feel tired or stressed as there is too much work to do during the work from home or study at home phase. So people, 52% people, they said that yes, they feel a kind of problem, stressed, exhausted. And the reason is just because there is a big mix up in the personal and professional life. So to identify, as I told you, to identify the problems, we conducted an online survey about the mental state of the employees and students and their family members while they were at their favorite place and enjoying the privilege of not going to offices or schools or colleges, which can be said as an ideal sort of life. But in fact, it was just contradictory to it. But the responses made us rethink about the desires and needs. And here comes the subject human values. We realize that there is a big gap between the notion of the desires we have and what we actually need. We actually want, and we actually require. Though we are all well aware about our real desires, but having led by the way of the world, or as William Wordsworth in The World is Too Much With Us says, the world is too much with us, late or soon, getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. Little we see the nature that is ours. We have given our hearts away, a sordid boon. And here the word nature, it is not only, it was earlier associated with Mother Nature, but now we can associate it with our real self, the real being of ours as an individual, as a part of society. We can also understood it as a tool to assess and analyze our capabilities as individual, as a part of family and society, as well as the whole existence. It can also be explained as the basic human nature that associates us with other human being that has some basic aspirations and ignorance of which may result in various individual and social problems. Just excuse me. So actually, the human value says that all human beings are equal, and whatever problems we are, due to the lack of clear understanding about desires, we feel that we have problems at 4 levels: at the level of individual, at the level of family, at the level of society, and at the level of nature. So because of the wrong notions about our desires, about happiness and prosperity, we feel problems of rising problems of depression, that psychological disorders, suicide, stress, insecurities, psychosomatic disease, and loneliness. While at the level of family, we feel that breaking of joint families, mistrust, conflict between older and younger generations, insecurities in relationship, divorce, dowry, tortures, family feuds, and other problems. While at the level of societies, there are growing incidences of terrorism, Naxalisms, rising communalism, spreading casteism, and racial and ethnic struggles, wars between nations, attempts of genocides, and other such problems. In fact, nuclear warfares are also somewhere social problems. Why? Because the whole world is a society now. At the level of nature, there are also certain problems like global warming, water, air pollution, noise pollution, etc. So somewhere there are issues, there are problems, but when we come to work from home and stay at home stage or study at home stage, this culture has also influenced our desires. And somewhere we have become uncertain about the right understanding about our psychological, physical, and social needs as an individual, as a part of the whole existence, as a human being connected with other human beings in this earth. So we are facing new kind of problems at the level of individual, or individually we are facing depression and anxiety of completing the targets, stress and emotional outbursts in managing professional and personal life at the same time and at the same place. That's more actually problematic, because when the survey we asked which place do you feel that it is affecting your productivity, so 58% said that yes, it has affected, and similar ratio was of the people who respondents were that they feel that offices or the schools were better place in terms of achieving the targets or acquiring the productivity or getting the productivity. So somewhere they said that such kind of problems were there. And insecurities was also there because of the sense of decreasing productivity and jumbled system, sense of loneliness caused by the feeling of being not understood both at home or in the office. Again, psychosomatic disease as they were resulting, and sometimes it resulted in suicide also. At the level of families, there were conflict between family members just caused by the different requirements and responsibilities related to their jobs and studies. Difference of timings of the work, clash with the life partners due to the differences between priorities of both. Sometimes both are like working women are there, and in such case problems occur. And also in case of housewife or homemakers, family feuds were there, and also wasteful expenditures. Such things were there and noticed actually during the survey. At the level of society, gradually we feel that there was a gradually increasing distance between social relationship, excessive dependence on social media, social isolation, decreasing trust about other, belonging to a different region, religion, caste, and nations caused by staying at home, rumors, over-dependence on social media, internet, and multimedia for the information, and impulsive responses on all such platforms, an increasing threat of communalism, casteism, racial and ethnic struggles, wars, genocides, etc. At the level of nature, there was also a problem. Why? Because we were too much dependent on internet, and that increase in radiation due to excessive dependence on internet-based instruments, global warming due to the excessive purchase of personal vehicles, water, air, soil, and noise pollution, etc. So all such problems comes, and we need to feel, or this made us realize that somewhere individuals need to understand the significance of right understanding and right approach so that things can be achieved in a proper way. And the solution is that there are 4 levels. Somewhere actually it can be proposed, but because the human value, it says that whatever is being discussed is a proposal, and one can be disagree, one can, but rather than being just disagreed or being in agreement blindly, one should always question and check it at his own level, or you can say self-verification. So verification at his own level. So you are the authority. So at the level of individual, one should always think about his goal or her goals, and then the ways to achieve it. So the first thing is, every individual has a basic desire, that is happiness and prosperity. And here, in such situation, it becomes essential to understand that what is the real priority. The priority is to remain happy, and whatever we are doing is to remain happy. And what happiness is the mental state or situation in which we are positive and have positive feelings. So whatever problem comes, first of all, at the level of individual and while in family struggle, so first of all, we need to think about overcoming or isolating us from the situation, and then thinking about establishing harmony at all the levels. So actually, due to the lack of time, I could just prepare this much, and I just conclude that with the thought that at all level we should always think about right understanding, and we should think about pursuing for right understanding, and to establish harmony. And if we are stable, we are at harmony. So first harmony, or you can say beginning of establishing harmony, should begin with ourselves. And if self is harmonized, we can establish harmony with other individual, be it society, be it in the family, or at the level of nature. Thank you. I conclude my paper.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. It was indeed a good, you can say you worked out a practical paper where you noted, you really did the research, and you gave a quality output. Yes, it's the time of this hour that compassion, solidarity, to be together, to be helpful is the first need. It plays a very pivotal role in shaping our society also. And because of this COVID, things have gone from worse to worse. And it's really needed that we come together and try to do something so that a society becomes a better place. Thank you, Rajesh. We have next Dr. Satya Narayan. Is he there?
Ma'am, am I audible? Can you hear me?
You are. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. So Dr. Satya Narayan and Mr. Matthew, I suppose they are unable to connect with us at this time because Dr. Satya Narayan informed us in the noon that he had been placed into the OPD. Actually, is serving in this Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Hospital. And they have a dedicated COVID ward, and he had some emergency sort of duties, and at the moment doctors cannot deny those duties, as we all understand. So this is what I suppose for today's presentation.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple of information with me to share with. First of all, the guest with invited talk, their copy of certification of participation and presentation will be shared via email as well by today or tomorrow. I hope they have prepared it, and it will be there in their email by tomorrow. And may I also request all the guests kindly share their postal address so that we can also dispatch the hard copies of those certifications. And apart from the certification, we have received some of the papers in full manuscript. So the presenters with the invited talk, they may also submit the full manuscript if they wish, and we'll certainly get them published in our subject-based journals as well. And the copy of the conference proceedings would also be online. And the hard copies of the conference proceedings would also be shared through postal address. So please share your postal address via email, and we'll certainly be glad to dispatch the materials as soon as possible. Once again, I express my gratitude to all the overseas guests and delegates who remained connected with us throughout the presentation. I would transfer the dice to Shamta ma'am again for the vote of thanks, and then to Mihir. Thank you.
I thank the organizing committee for having such a, you can say, the beautiful plenary session where the keynote speaker set the ball rolling, and it went on Rova ma'am and all. They took the button in such a form that we were engrossed in it. For a few minutes I had to go for a meeting, but I was eager to listen to everybody, and it was really, you can say, I was very much impressed by the research work which they had done and they had come up with. It's really incredible. And I thank the organizing committee for helping me or giving me this chance to chair the session in which our two participants, they presented their paper in a two different, Sudarshana and Dr. Rakesh, they were in a two different, you can say, points which they took up, one in the literature and one in the, you can say, the real life. It was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll request Mihir to take up this form for the job of formal vote of thanks. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this. So as the formal vote of thanks goes, as responsible educators, we take upon ourselves to create a stimulating environment, where young minds are literally nurtured to, blossom into young, intelligent, and democratic source of power. Our basic aim is to learn, unlearn, and relearn. We want to impart quality education to these young scholars so that development can happen in a very different form. Of course, today's session had got different kind of topics. There were a plethora of topics. So we learned, unlearned, and relearned a lot of it. So there's a lot of takeaways. So it's our endeavor to impart education and knowledge as envisaged by Swami Vivekananda. So in his words, I may quote, education by which character is formed, education by which strength of the mind is increased, education by which our intellect is expanded, and education by which one can stand on his own feet. So on behalf of the whole entire team, I take the honor of thanking each one of you all for being a part of this wonderful session. And another 10 seconds more, the most important part of this session is going to be the photo session. So just one request to everyone to please have their webcams open so we can just have a good group photo for the next memories. And hopefully we'll meet very soon physically. Sir, I think everybody is online, so we can...
Yeah, everybody is online, yes. But still we are waiting for...
Yes, yes.
Okay, we can see. Spirit can... Yes, we can see her. Okay, no, it's Vishal. Diksha, if you can please, can you please on your web camera if possible? Kumkum, Remake, perfect. So, okay. So a lot of faces at least. Okay, so here we go. Okay, thank you. It's done here. We'll share the photographs and recordings of the event as well through the email. I also want to inform that the total duration of today's presentation was throughout live on our Facebook page as well. So we'll share the recordings and the links of our, these live where the event was live on Facebook and all the media partners. So thank you once again. Over to Sonu ma'am. Ma'am, we cannot hear you.
Ma'am, you're on mute. Yeah.
Well, final word of thanks from my side. I've always considered IAARHIES as my association. And like, I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so thankful. I was a little bit tensed, but a little in fever too today. But you know, I was all anxious that this whole event should go smooth, and I was wishing in the morning, Hardev, all the best for this event. Thank you, each and everyone, for being here, for being such a patient listener, and so in such an exciting manner, participating in this. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Professor Rava ma'am, can we hear from you also?
See you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this
Thank
nice
you.
webinar, and I really appreciate all your committee team to arrange this meeting, and I'm very pleased to be here with you today. And you are lucky because today is Friday, so I do not have any lectures today. However, I have online lectures, but I shift them to the afternoon in order to be with you today, and hopefully tomorrow, inshallah, I will be with you as well. Because it's also a vacation day, because it is tomorrow Saturday. So until tomorrow, see you then. Thanks a lot for all.
Thank you for.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.